Well, hello, and hello once again, everyone. My name is Mitsuda. I am a forensic scientist, and we are diving back in to the Torrential Turnabout. Last episode, quite a bit happened. We are on Chapter 5, Cubic Zirconia, which is kind of semi-open world. I know intellectually that open world, like, mystery games are, like, open... I shouldn't say open world. I already played an open world mystery game on stream, but it wasn't really a very open mystery. I am aware that fairly open mysteries are a thing, but I haven't played one of them before, so this is new to me. Anyway, we are here in the courtroom with all of our suspects, and we can basically go around talking to anybody in any order we wish. Well, I say that, but last episode we basically hit everything we still have to do. Unless there is some lead Prosecutor Murdoch can give us. I really hope that's not the case. But we did finally pull the trigger on telling Nurse Winters about how her mother was involved in Shill's room and board, and we found very solid, I'd say almost conclusive evidence that Poppet, Miss Demira Rochelle, did go to the crime scene at Jameson Memorial Hospice on the day of the murder. She won't tell us why, and since we aren't in court, we don't really have any way of forcing it out of her just yet. But maybe if we get someone else who knows her on the stand, something will break. Or we'll get something much more complicated instead. That sounds more likely knowing this case. Oh boy. Oh, no time in the present. We are on a time limit in-universe, if not out. So, Charlie, can I ask you to take the stand, please? You wanted to go over some things with me, right? Right. This case is full to the brim with vague, unexplained happenings. Why is desktop audio still muted? I'm sorry about that, folks. I literally just hit that. And one of the most mysterious pieces of the puzzle is the victim himself. Detective Curtis Allen Bishop. Born August 27th, 1979, died July 18th, 2019. He was 39 years old. He was most of the way to being a boomer, but not quite. It's better that he died that way. That is almost all we know about him. He was a genius detective, solitary, abrasive, slightly paranoid, and investigating NX0 on his own. Detective Klein, do you have any idea at all what he was thinking that night? I mean, can anyone truly know what another person is thinking? I mean, I think it's fairly obvious what he was thinking. He was probably thinking, God, there's a crossbow arrow in my heart, Bloop. And then he did. Oh god, I've pulled myself too far off screen. I can't get myself back. Hold on. There you are, baby. Let's get you back where you belong. Don't die, kids, it's bad for your health. I do. Yeah, I kinda. Well, by all means, let's get you over to the witness stand. If we're gonna do this, we're gonna do it by the book. Even if the book is kinda useless. So, I understand you have a new perspective on Bishop's movements for us, eh, Detective? That's, right? You don't sound all that sure of yourself. Oh, well. There's a good reason for that. Don't you me, witness. We'll take whatever we can get. You can start whenever you're ready, Detective. Alright, witness testimony. Why Bishop was there. Put simply, despite being threatened by Shield not to tell the cops, I told Kurt about that phone call. Together, we made plans to keep surveillance at the hospice that night. See who came and went. But when Kurt drove to my place to pick me up, I chickened out. I told him it was too dangerous and convinced him to stay away. Or so I thought. I don't think anyone can really blame you considering what happened. Kurt Bishop knew Shield was meeting survivors that night? That fact brings a whole slew of new questions with it. Hey, Detective. This marks the second time you've admitted to withholding information about the case in the last hour. You've got every right to be pissed. Hell, I'm pissed myself. Even after all these years, he's still got his claws in me. Even shit like this doesn't just go away, man. I don't think anyone can really blame you for what's happening. I mean, assuming you're not the culprit. But this Bishop fellow was a policeman, was he not? And did the fireman not inform this individual, and thereby the proper authorities? It sounds to me like the onus to inform was on Mr. Bishop. It's not his fault. I told him to keep it a secret. Not only was my life on the line, but the LAPD would never have let us go to the hospice if they knew. You promised Donald and I that you wouldn't go. Seems our alliances continue to be tenuous at best, fireman. That's rich coming from you. I promised not to meet with Shield. Never said anything about staying away from the hospice. But I get what you're coming from. Why did you want to go as a pair, anyway? A question better left for the cross-examination. Now, let's get to it. Up if and you insist. Alright. But simply despite being threatened by Shield not to tell the cops, I told Kurt about that phone call. I was thinking if maybe that was some sort of technicality like, oh, I didn't go to the cops, I went to my friend, but your friend is a cop. But he didn't go to the cops, so whatever.
Hold it!
It's his Shield we're talking about. Was it worth the risk? Yeah, it was a gamble, that's for sure. But on the other hand, Kurt is the authority when it comes to Shield. No one knew more than he did. I could roll the dice and get his help, or I could front the reality of the situation on my own. Guess my faith in him outweighed my faith in myself. Just to be certain, you told Bishop and Bishop alone, right? Yep, just him. Who else was even qualified to help? You could've gone to me. I mean, I probably would have gotten lazy, but you could have talked to me about it. And how exactly did Bishop end up helping you? Together, we made plans to keep surveillance at the hospice that night. See who came and went.
Hold it!
What did your plan look like? Surveillance? A surveillance camera? Could you elaborate? Kurt and I came up with a simple but effective plan to gather intel from a distance. S.H.I.E.L.D. was supposed to meet with us at the hospice, but I had both Donald's and Damar's word that they would not be attending. And setting aside the wild card that is Nathaniel Montclair, who we couldn't verify anyway, the only individual who should have been there that night was S.H.I.E.L.D. So what Kurt and I had to do was watch for vehicles entering and exiting the hospice grounds. Vehicles? Yeah, is there an echo in here? Vehicles, you know, cars. Cars that park in Harvard Yard. You've seen them a million times in your life. Finally here, what have I missed? Not a whole lot. We're talking to a fireman, Detective Bishop, not Detective Klein, Detective Bishop's partner, about why Bishop went to the hospice even when that letter was so obviously suspicious. Turns out Charlie told Bishop about that letter he'd gotten, not the letter, the phone call he'd gotten from S.H.I.E.L.D. inviting him over. So they made a plan to surveil the hospice from the outside. That's right. This was how we planned it. It's only one road leading to the hospice, but is too remote to reasonably walk to. Kurt and I would show up a few hours early and park in a dark corner of the hospice's lot. From there, we'd have a good view of the road leading in, as well as the entrance to the building. If anyone entered or left the hospice or the surrounding area, we would know. We'd also take note of the models and plates of the car already parked there to look up later. When you're a cop, you can do stuff like that. It's really convenient. Theoretically, we'd leave having never been seen and with a short list of suspects. It's actually a pretty good plan. Color me impressed, Detective. However, his plan was never actually used, was it? No. It wasn't. When Kurt drove to my place to pick me up, I chickened out. You chickened out? You wussed out? You ran away like a pee-pee-pantsed little baby. Do I understand that right, witness? Yes. I ran away like a pee-pee-pantsed little baby. Alright, can I have the court order read that back, please? Let me preface this by saying that I will probably never regret anything like I regret that decision. And I've done some pretty regrettable shit. I started overthinking things, I guess. Thought about how meticulously put together the room and board was. I thought about how sudden and unexpected that phone call was. I started wondering if I wasn't walking into a trap or something. Our plan was solid, but it couldn't be that easy to get the drop on S.H.I.E.L.D. Could it? There has to be something else going on, I thought. There's got to be a more convoluted way. But how? You psyched yourself out, in other words. The strangest part is that I can't even say for sure if I was wrong. For all I know, it was a trap. And Kurt walked into it alone. If I'd gone with him, could I have prevented his death? I'll probably wonder about it for the rest of my life. I've got a question, if you don't mind. Your sensitivity is as impressive as ever, prosecutor. Bishop came to pick you up in his car? That's right. And what time was this? We wanted to show up early, so it would have been around 10. I see where you're going with this. Why does Murdoch look so confused? I told him it was too dangerous and convinced him to stay away. Or so I thought.
Hold it!
Why do you think he went alone? We already know why. Remember this letter? It was found in Bishop's desk at the precinct. Regardless of what Detective Klein told his partner, Bishop had his own reason for going to the hospice. Namely, to meet with whoever sent him this letter. Cosmonaut. Ah, yeah, I forgot about that. Hold on. Did Bishop ever mention this letter to you, Detective? Nope, never. Not considering what was at stake. I don't know why he didn't bring it up. I've been trying to wrap my head around that letter since we found it. How odd. Could the letter have been a plant? Not sure what the person who planted it would want us to believe in that case. Maybe it was Klein? Maybe he wanted us to know that there was a reason he would have gone that doesn't involve him so he could stay out of it? That doesn't really make sense, though. Those dots aren't connecting. What leads me to believe that the letter was legit, which is strange that he wouldn't bring it up to his own partner. Unsurprisingly, the detective's testimony is concise and to the point. Even still, it contains a number of very interesting new facts. Bishop knew about the meeting with Shield, for one. He also didn't intend to go to the hospice alone. More importantly, something about this testimony feels off. Things really went as Charlie said they did. Shouldn't we have evidence of... Okay, I think I see what we're pulling at here, but... I don't see what point we're supposed to present things on. The way they were talking earlier, I kind of expected them to let us add something to the testimony.
Hold it!
Maybe we gotta go loop around again. Track the vehicles. It's a pretty good plan, pity you didn't go through with it. If Kurt was planning to meet Sheol or Cosmonaut or whoever left that letter on the roof, why would he have gone through the motions of agreeing to this in the first place? Yes, you did chicken out like a pee-pee little baby. The roof around 12:30. And our timeline shows that Bishop actually arrived at 12:11. If they wanted to arrive early... I mean, I think that... How long do you consider early? Don't mind, Peter came to pick you up in his car at around 10. At around the same time, Bishop enters the hospice from the adjacent wing. We know this because security camera above the door has a record of activating once. 4 3 minutes at 12:11. footage was wrecked, though. Do I just present one of these on the correct point? Okay, good to know. Great, thanks for that reminder. And in memoriam to the dearly departed Judge Harper, allow me to penalize you in her place.
Objection!
Okay, it's neither of these. Yep, good, efficient use of time. Love that for you. I told Kurt about that phone call. We made plans to keep surveillance at the hospice. Is that it? Is it just a matter of he wouldn't have been able to make it? No. Or from the fact that he went into the building, as shown by the timeline? Nope. When Kurt drove to my place to pick me up, I chickened out. I convinced him to stay away, or so I thought. That's not even a statement of, like, any contestable fact. That's just, yeah, we talked. God invited all 4 survivors to meet with him on the patient wing rooftop. At midnight on the night of the... Shell called the 4 survivors to meet him at midnight. I drove to pick you up. No, the calls weren't placed at midnight. The calls were placed like a week beforehand. I'm not positive when Bishop got the letter. Graves arrived half an hour early. By this time, the defendant makes his way up. Shoots Wayne in the chest. I did 12. I really hope this isn't a case of, like, we need to present a persona at some point. I hate contradictions like that.
Hold it!
Told Kurt about the phone call. Bishop and nobody else. We made plans to keep surveillance at the hospice that night. So we would have seen our vehicles entering and exiting. Locked employee areas. The flash flood hit at 10:45. Don't know how long of a drive it is to the hospice, but that seems to be cutting it pretty close, considering he arrived after midnight. Or is that? Need to do... Well, Graves arrived at 11:30, so it must have been possible. At some point between the victims arriving and Graves' attempted suicide, the first floor hospice flooded, preventing anyone from leaving their entering the building aside from Graves. So after midnight, alright, that tracks. We'd also take notes of the models and plates. Kurt arrived, I chickened out. This has got to be the statement, right? This is the one that, Charlie gets bent out of shape over.
Objection!
Just not sure what we make of it.
Objection!
Oh, why not just use brute force and save scumming? Whatever the problem here is, it's a matter of poor phrasing on the game developer's part. This case is so much polish, but sometimes it just makes really rookie mistakes like this, and I'm not sure what it means. No, I know exactly what it means, I'm just not sure how I should feel about it.
Objection! Objection! Objection!
Wizard Porto is used here.
Objection! Objection! Objection!
Yep. Everything here is quite thoroughly useless.
Objection! Objection!
Much like everything else in my life.
Objection!
Stream is off to a fantastic start tonight. Told Kurt about the phone call. Catherine keeps surveillance of the hospice that night, see who came and went. God, me too. Don't you fucking swear at me, Nana. It's the game's fault. Honestly, you gotta wash your freaking mouth out with soap, Jesus. Do they not teach manners where you come from? Criminy. I made plans when Kurt drove to my place to pick me up. This has gotta be it. Between 12 and 1. Death wasn't instantaneous. It's found with a wallet, his Glock, his house key, his cell phone, a lock-picking kit. Spool of fishing line, a lighter. That's a lot of shit. But there is something awfully conspicuous in its absence. God damn it, no, I was reading my eyes. My eyes. Anyway, why didn't he have a car key? Detective, there's something I'd like to clarify about your testimony. You claim that Detective Bishop came to pick you up and drive you to the hospital? The hospice, rather? Because apparently we're gonna get real bent out of shape about that. That's right. Tell me, what do you need in order to drive a car? A driver's license? Insurance? Why, the car itself, of course. Quality and up-to-date technical skills, and no. Keys. I'm talking about car keys. Detective, you say Bishop drove to the hospice. But as per the autopsy report, the only key the victim had on his person was his house key. Nana, thank you for the 20 bits. Okay, I don't know why it did that. Anyway, ergo, sic dolorum. And without a moment to spare, the culprit... Sorry, I was a bit distracted. Ergo, the victim could not and did not drive to the hospice. And yet, you claim that the victim first drove to your house, Charlie. How do you explain this discrepancy? I don't think I can think of more than a few ways. Explain it? And expect me to do something like that? I'm just telling you how things went down. I don't know what happened to Kurt after I saw him. Could he have dropped keys at some point? Maybe he left them in the car? You know, Detective, I don't think I buy your story either. In fact, I know you're making it up. Oh, well now. I'm not lying. If Kurt didn't have his keys on him, then yeah, that sounds like a contradiction for sure. But the problem isn't because I lied about Kurt driving, there's just something we're missing. As it so happens, got a bigger issue here than missing car keys. Detective, you should be well aware of this yourself, so you have no excuse for messing this up. We were never able to establish how Bishop got to the hospice, because none of the cars in the hospice's parking lot belonged to him. Oh, that's a really sloppy mistake, buddy. Until now, we've had to assume he made the trip on foot. Strange as that is. But with your testimony, that theory makes even less sense than before. The only vehicles in the lot were Graves' Cedar, Winter's SUV, and Volkov's nondescript white van. Of course he does. So then where did the victim's vehicle disappear to, I wonder? Oh no. Oh, I think you do. The lot is on a hill, so it couldn't have been carried away by the floodwater. That's convenient. The road out of the hospice was blocked by the water as well, so no one could have driven it off. Excluding some serious hijinks, which given the way this case has been going this far is completely possible. And it would probably be really fun too, I love hijinks. The only way we can explain the absence of both car and key is that you're trying to mislead us for some reason, Detective. That's a hell of a conclusion. If you say so, buddy. What would I stand to gain by lying about something like this anyway? Hell, I volunteered for the information. If I was gonna offer my story and all make it up, then I'd have been better off not saying anything. Actually, I think there's a fairly compelling reason for you to lie like that. And that reason is 0. What? If we don't make some serious headway on Bishop's murder, we're probably gonna die. That'd be bad. To that end, it's in your best interest to be helpful. Hence you're coming forward with this testimony. But it's just as important that you look as innocent as possible, lest we start to suspect you. In other words, I think that at least some of what you've told us is true. But if you told it like it is, it would make you look bad. Hence the lie. So let me ask you this, Detective. Are you Sheol? Did you murder Kurt Bishop? What? No, of course not. And yet, we just caught you telling a lie. That puts you on the chopping block, understand? Innocent or not, now you have to spend valuable time figuring out what your deal is, Detective. If you are truly an innocent party in all this, you'd better hurry up and tell us the whole truth. You don't want us to have to waste even more time, do you, Charlie? Charles Entertainment Klein. No. And he looks at me, and I look at him, I really messed this up, didn't I? Still, you admit it? Yeah. You got me. I lied. He sits upon a throne of lies. Huh. Didn't realize you'd become such a pushover, Klein. Look who's talking. So what parts of your story were false? Part about Bishop driving, for one. It'd probably be faster if I just started over. Mind if I give my testimony again? Do it, and do it properly this time. We've got you once already, so don't even think about stretching truth again. I won't. You've got my word. Which has proven to be not very valuable. As Miss Fay so kindly pointed out, I've already screwed up what I was trying to do, so... for better or for worse, this'll be the unadulterated truth. Just a little baby truth. A wriggling little infant of facts. The truth about that night. I really did tell Kurt about the call from S.H.I.E.L.D., and we really did make plans to conduct surveillance. But I didn't chicken out, against my better judgment. Two of us went as planned. I drove. We were supposed to stay in the car and keep watch, but around midnight, Kurt suddenly left. He said he was going inside to investigate. Said he had a plan and to text if anyone showed up. I did as he asked, but when the water level started rising, I had no choice but to leave without him. I tried texting and calling Kurt's cell repeatedly, but I never heard from him again. His phone was destroyed by a crossbow bolt, so we can disprove that. That I think he's the murderer or anything. So there was another person at the hospice that night after all. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. The witness has stated that he remained outside the entire time. Sounds like something I would have said. Okay, rude. So this is the truth that Charles wanted to conceal. I sort of understand where he was coming from. But this wouldn't have been a problem if he'd just told the authorities in the first place. Well, can't say for sure that this testimony is the truth. The precedent has been set. We know he's willing to lie to protect himself. Are you still telling lies, detective? Or is this finally the truth? Time to find out. Alright, time to grill this man like a delicious piece of karaage. He's been wearing police badges as buttons since before he was actually a policeman. That's weird. You're weird, my good man. We did get Kurt about the call from S.H.I.E.L.D., but they did make plans. What made these two facts important enough to keep? Well, like you said, it's in my best interest to be helpful. I knew at least a little about what Kurt was thinking that night, and you didn't. And I couldn't figure out what he was really planning on my own. Boldly lying in pursuit of the truth. A man after your own heart, no doubt. Yeah, was it really any worse? Yeah, think about what the reaction would have been if I just said all this in the first time around. I was at the hospice, man. The scene of the crime. And I hid that fact till now. Was there any way to mention that without looking suspicious as hell? I don't know. Probably just delivered it casually enough. The victim was your partner. 'Cause, frankly, that's suspicious as hell. You would have at least saved us the time it took to get to this point. And now that we're here, are we any closer to our goal? I don't think so. We don't have the time to explore each and every aspect of this crime. We have to cut the fat. Well, how do we know what is fat if we're just cutting it already? That metaphor doesn't really make sense, but you know what I'm getting at. Believe me, when I say there isn't anything you're gonna learn from this testimony. So you claim. So you claim, but I'll be the judge of that. Not on my shift. Now, if you would, Detective, let's get to the heart of things. The heart, lungs, liver, and gallbladder, most likely. I didn't chicken out against my better judgment. The two of us went as planned, and I drove. This plan. You gave us an overview last time. Has anything about this plan changed since your last testimony? Nope. I was telling the truth about our plan. Just so we're clear, could you go over it once more? Just in case the viewer didn't press that statement last time. Now, since Donald and Damara declined to attend, Sheol was the only one who should have gone to the hospice. Based on that info, Kurt and I came up with a plan to catch Sheol, or at least learn something about them. All we had to do was monitor who entered and left the hospice grounds that night. So Kurt and I went to the hospice around 10 that evening. I drove us both. We parked in the back corner of the parking lot. It was dark enough to mostly hide us from view. First, we recorded the license plates and models of the cars parked there. We could see the entrance to the grounds as well as the building. All we had to do was wait. Did anyone else know of this plan? Nope, just Kurt and I. And if you actually witnessed someone whom you thought was Sheol, what would you have done? Let them go. We had their license plate and ideally their face as well. What if the culprit stole a car or put on a fake license plate and wore a hat, a pair of sunglasses, and a medical mask? You ever think of that, smart guy? It's the easiest thing in the world. It wouldn't have been too hard to get a name and address from there. Their face. I brought a camera with just in case. I didn't end up actually taking any pictures with it, though. Alright, I think we've heard enough. Please continue, Detective. You were supposed to stay in the car and keep watch, but suddenly around midnight... Specifically... at 12:11, if the message can be trusted... he just... left. Yeah. All of a sudden he just opens the car door and gets out. Do you remember the exact time this occurred? It was midnight, give or take a few minutes. Well, we know Bishop got to the back door at 12:11. Given they had to walk around to the hospice and find it in the dark and pouring rain, 12 is reasonable. More importantly, what were you doing while this was happening? I asked him what the hell he was doing, naturally. And how did he answer? He didn't, really. He said that he was going to scope out the interior and come right back. In reality, he was most likely going to meet with whoever sent him this letter. I guess so. Detective Bishop never mentioned this letter to you. Is that correct? First I heard about it was from Detective McLean 2 days later. I don't know why Kurt kept it from me. Well, given the risk, the detective must have considered meeting with this fellow to be extremely important. Could it be that he did not want to give you the chance to talk him out of it? We don't really know anything about that letter at all, anyway. I have some thoughts about it, but you're right. We don't. As it stands now, we don't have a clue who the sender is or what they want with Bishop. Do you have any ideas, Detective Klein? All I know is what he told me. He said he was going inside to investigate. Said he had a plan and to text if anyone showed up. Yeah, we were told that Detective Bishop was a major introvert. Liked facts more than people. He might have just not trusted even his own partner. Or he might have wanted to protect you from whatever he was going into. Not sure which of those options is sadder, really. A plan. And what was this plan? I don't know. He wouldn't tell me. Well, we can infer that part of it was to pick the lock on the back door and gain entry that way. That's about it, though. Did you attempt to stop Detective Bishop from leaving, Charlie? I tried to talk him down, of course. Obviously, he didn't listen to me. I got out to try and, I don't know, restrain him or something? Knock some sense into him? But he'd already gone. Run off into the night. So I got back in the car and waited. What else could I have done? Now, I realize it would have come up already if so, but... did you see anyone coming or going at night? At 11:29, Donald Graves rolled up in his crappy old Pontiac Sunfire. Plate number 6471-NJW. Don Graves arrives at 11:30, 11:29, that timeline checks out. We watched him get out, walk to the front door, and wait for Winters to let him inside. Other than that, not a soul. What about the cars that were already in the parking lot? The only cars present were Volkovs and Winters. What did you and Bishop think when Graves arrived unannounced? That must have been a surprise. Well, yes and no. On one hand, we had gone back on his word. But, so had I, in a way. His being didn't automatically make him Sheol. For all we know, he just caved into his curiosity. Or his anger. And the way he actually got into the hospital was really not sneaky at all. Speaking of which, did Graves have the crossbow with him as he approached the hospice? I hate to say it, but I don't know. The hospice grounds were somewhat lit by lights spilling out of the facility. But there aren't many windows on the ground floor, so the area around the building was dark. I didn't get a good look at Graves until he reached the front door. Did you see Graves open the hospice doors and retrieve anything? No. It would have been just after 12, right? At that time I was busy trying to talk Kurt out of leaving, so I wasn't looking at the hospice. So you didn't see him, but it's possible that it happened? That's it in a nutshell. That is the worst possible answer you could have given. So you decided to wait for Bishop to return. What did you do in the interim? Well, I wasn't able to wait for very long. I did as he asked when the water level started rising. I had no choice but to leave without him. You abandoned him at the hospice. Your friend and partner potentially left alone, trapped, with Sheol. Your actions strike me as cold, Detective. You and me both. The Rain was coming down hard and the water level was rising fast. I could either leave right then, or wait around and get submerged. My hands were tied. According to this diagram, though, the water level never rose high enough to submerge the parking lot. Approximate height of the parking lot. Oh, they did edit this. But I mean, it would have been the tires underwater. Would you wanna take that risk in their position, Miss A? Just how the hell was I supposed to know that? Water was rising. The wind was so loud I couldn't hear myself think, and to make matters worse, I tried texting and calling Kurt's cell repeatedly, but I never heard from him again. Are these calls verifiable? Not right now, sadly. Bishop's cell carrier is currently working on retrieving backups of the records they lost in the flood. And Bishop's cell phone just so happened to get pierced by the crossbow bolt that took his life. Not to mention that any attempts between 11:51 and 12:21 wouldn't have gone through due to the blackout. Seems like the universe itself was conspiring to keep that info from us. Like, really? Just their phone in their chest pocket. Detective Klein, did you try going back for Bishop? Sure did. Tried about every hour. Until 6 or 7 o'clock. Floodwater doesn't recede until 7. Unfortunately, the road leading to the hospice just wasn't traversable. And I got a call. From dispatch. Someone had reported a murder at Jameson Memorial. They didn't say who the victim was, but I knew. So I went. The road wasn't clear, but the water was low enough that I could drive through it. I ran into Detective McLean when I got there, and the rest is history. Darn it! I can't find a single flaw in this testimony. He is a cop, he does do this professionally. Did he really lie earlier just to guide us in the right direction? Is this really a dead end? I don't mean to rush us, but I told you there wasn't anything more to find here, and we have been at this for a while now. I hate to say it, but he's right, Mia. I haven't noticed anything strange or useful in his testimony. And I'm sure you don't need reminding, but we do have a time limit. Damn it! Though he's admitted to being at the hospice, there's just nothing we can work with here. I don't think I have a choice. And the defense rests. So if I ended up wasting our time, it wasn't my intention. What matters now is finding another lead. Right, Mia? Is there really nothing here? Nothing at all? If there is, guess we don't have what it takes to find it. Not now, anyway. Suppose we have no choice, do we? Back to the drawing board. Fascinating. What do we got now? Murdoch, I don't think I've talked to you yet. For reasons that should be obvious. Hello, good sir, how can I help you? Oh? Why, if it isn't Ms. Faye? You say that as if you didn't just watch me walk across the room towards you. Not that I don't enjoy being subjected to your saccharine disposition, but I was under the impression we were on the clock. You have time to spend chatting with me. I like to cover all my bases. And who knows what I'll dig up by talking to you. Clearly you're a guy who likes to keep secrets. Oh my, how practical. Well, don't keep me waiting then. Let's get on with it. Yes, get on with it. Yes, get on with it! What, are you looking for hint coins or something? Yes. I don't need them, but my collectionist impulses won't let me stop. And I look at this badge. So what do you think about this? I don't know much about that. Oh, alright. What was he trying to accomplish by showing me that? TikTok, Mia. Man, you suck. Can you tell me anything about yourself? Nope, and if that's the case, then there's not gonna be anything here. So tell me about yourself. I'm sure I already know the answer to this question, but... is there any point to hearing your account at the time of the murder, or your thoughts on Sheol? Not particularly. Wasn't even in California until a few days ago. And as far as the case goes, I still maintain that Donald Graves is the killer. It's the simplest solution. And I don't need to tell you who Sheol is, do I? Yeah, I figured. So you say your real name is Miles Murdoch, huh? So I say. I don't appreciate questioning the fabric of my identity, Mia. Your first name is actually Miles. It most certainly is. That's why I picked Edgeworth as an alias, naturally. I'm curious about your story. You said you've been chasing Sheol for 5 long years. That would mean you've been involved in this since the very beginning. That's right. I was the FBI's pick to prosecute for the original room and board investigation, actually. Of course, no arrest was made, so I wasn't much help at the time. You were supposed to be the one to put Sheol behind bars? That's how it was supposed to go, yes. So, why did you come to prosecute this case? You said you came here off the record, right? You must have a bone to pick with someone here, then. Yeah. How should I explain? Sheol's room and board was an eye-opening experience for me, to say the least. Consider for a moment the fact that I was the guy they chose to work on the room and board. I think that should be pretty telling as to what sorts of things I've seen in my line of work. Sheol, aka you if I'm right, struck a chord with me. There are groups of people all over the globe who hate and kill and destroy. All in the name of a god, or an ideology, or some piece of history. I don't believe there's any reason that justifies such suffering. At least there is a reason. Sheol has no reason. Not beyond fun or pleasure, anyway. It's sick. And it's needless. There are individuals who kill for similar reasons, I know that better than anyone. But I think it's the scale that gets to me. It's not killing for your own pleasure, but for others. To me, it raises questions about the human condition that I'd rather leave unanswered. Sheol is something that shouldn't be allowed to exist in this world. That's why I'm here. And she looks at me. Why the grim expression? My spiel didn't move you that deeply, did it? I'm trying to tell if you're lying. Ever the skeptic, eh, Mia? How could you think that of your good pal, Miles? Have I ever lied to you? Well, as it happens... So what exactly is your game plan here, Murdoch? You say you're FBI and you claim to uphold truth and justice or whatever the hell. And then you immediately follow up lying about the Bishop trial. What gives? Me? Tell a lie? I recall no such thing. Fine, play dumb. That's par for the course as far as I'm concerned. As long as you're sitting there giving me that shitty grin, let me tell you what I think. I think your behavior is unbecoming of a federal investigator. So unbecoming, in fact, that I have no choice but to think that your whole story is nonsense. It's clear you don't intend to uncover Shield's identity at all. If you were, you wouldn't be trying to get me murdered by a zero in this trial. Not without proof. No. What you're trying to do is bury this thing. Loose ends and all. And that goes both for the Bishop case as well as our current situation. You pick an easy target. Graves, me, and you go after them as hard as you can. And you end things swiftly. That strikes me as the actions of a man with something to hide. And what if you're wrong, Mia, What if you're overthinking things? You keep making me out to be some sort of supervillain or something. But I'm human just like you. Maybe I'm just scared. Have you ever thought of that? Maybe being trapped in murder mystery hell is a bit more stressful than my usual day-to-day, huh? The way you've been behaving all case, I don't buy it for a second. Oh? Not enjoying the taste of your own medicine? Are you ever going to come out and say it, or are you just going to keep insinuating it at me? So not willing to take this last step, huh? Ah, come on, it's easy. Heck, I can just do it for you. You think I'm Shield. You think I kidnapped Charlie Klein, Damara Rochelle, Daniel Brothers, Erica Vandermeulen, Hillary Queen, Donald Graves, Nathaniel Montcry, Patricia Markowitz, and Noah Colton, and made them kill each other. You probably also think I had a hand in Kurt Bishop's death, and just maybe, you think I'm conspiring with Zero in regards to our current predicament. There. Was that so hard? I prefer to let the evidence do the talking for me. At the end of the day, evidence is just as subjective as anything else. Change how people look at it and you can change what it means. There's only one objective reality. That truth isn't something you can shape with words. Objective reality? Oh, now who's talking nonsense? Are you purporting to be a perfectly objective observer of said objective reality? No, far from it, in fact. That's why I'm putting my faith in the evidence. It doesn't really matter what I think if I can't prove it. Beyond a doubt. This may not be a good case for you to ride or die on, just saying. I do know one thing for certain, though. This is gonna end with you versus me. Oh, you'd love that, wouldn't you? The Moriarty to my Holmes. The Kaneda to my Tetsuo, the Kaiba to your Yugi. I would go on, but you get the point. Sure then. I wouldn't want to ruin your fun. This is fun to you, huh? Guess I shouldn't be surprised. Oh, get over yourself, whoever you are. You aren't fooling me. You like the thrill, don't you? The mystery, the chase! That's why you came here, isn't it? Why you've stuck it out this long? Be honest. People have died. So they have. What's the immediate death count at now? 7. Yeah, it's kinda crazy. All the more justice for you to dole out, though, huh? Because that's what it all boils down to, isn't it? Regardless of good or evil, you just want to be right. The one who wins. Let's not play this game, okay? I know you're going to enjoy this. You're going to take me down, find the true killer, catch shield, and love every dang minute of it. And you're goddamn right, my good sir. Thanks for admitting you know I'm not Shield, by the way. Provided you can actually manage all that, of course. You do realize you need to solve a murder and then some just to get to your grand finale, right? And to do that, you know you're gonna need my help. Does that sit well with you, Ms. Faye? Why would you help me? Because I want to live. Surprised that my priorities are straighter than yours. Yeah, I think not dying is more important than finding the truth or whatever. Sue me. Makes you wonder which of us is really the nutjob here, eh? Despite everything, Prosecutor, I think I know where you and I stand now. Glad I could be of service. I'll see you in hell. Don't wait for me. Talks an awfully big game, doesn't he? He thinks he's so smart. It's probably not Shield, given what he said there, though I still have no idea what his endgame is. But you know what I do know? There is an objective reality. We are going to trust in the evidence. We are going to solve this case. We are going to get justice. I'm going to be right, because those are the same thing if you actually are right. Then I'm gonna laugh directly in his face and go, ha 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 ha, nanny nanny boo boo. And to do that, I don't remember if I've talked to you yet. I don't even know what you'd have to contribute at this point. And he looks at me. Mr. Montclair? Hmm? Oh! Why, if it isn't Ms. Faye, was it? Do you remember me? Well, naturally. It has not been all too long since we were introduced, has it? If I recall correctly, you said you were... Come on, I believe in you, you can do it! Can he go all the way? Donald Graves' lair? Yes, that! Of course. It's on the tip of my tongue. I wonder about that. Still, he does seem to be a bit more on top of things. Look at my badge. Oh, that badge. Didn't realize you were a policewoman, Miss Faye. It's an attorney's badge. Why would you have an attorney's badge if you're a police officer? Oh, you poor stupid bastard. You know there's a dead body in here? Sometimes my efforts are better spent elsewhere. This door leads to the judge's chambers, I'm pretty sure. So even if it wasn't locked, we couldn't use it to escape. Now, the fact that it exists is maybe noteworthy, I don't know. Mitsuda, do you think maybe he was given medication to make his brain deteriorate, and since he's been away from it for a while now, he's starting to remember things better? I can't prove it's impossible, but I don't think it's particularly likely. He's been in this hospice for a memory disorder for what is it? Like, at minimum 2 years now. No, at minimum 3 years now. And we do know from what the other participants of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s room and board a while back told us, that he does have lucid episodes like this even when he is still in hospice. So I don't think his disorder is anything it doesn't look like. If more evidence comes up, I'll eat my words, but until then I'm gonna operate under the assumption that he is who he says he is. Let's see what he thinks he says he is. You feeling okay, Mr. Montclair? You look kind of troubled. And you're standing off in the corner all by yourself. That's him in the corner. And since we're talking to him now, that's him in the spotlight, losing his religion, trying to keep a view. Thank you for your concern, but I am quite fine. I was just doing some thinking. And even if we assume that, like, he's been getting drugs the whole time he was in the hospice, he went in for the first time 3 years ago, which is 2 years after the end of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s room and board. So I'm not sure what the inciting incident for there would have been. What about? If you don't mind me asking, of course. I'm trying to sort through my memories. You must have seen how I was earlier. I am aware that I have difficulty remembering things, but I am not usually that bad. I think. It's just when things become particularly confusing, the point is that I am feeling a bit more like myself now. Things are clearer, mostly. Still, there was something very important that I was not to forget, and yet... Huh? What makes this something so important? I'm not sure. Though I get the feeling that someone told me not to forget it. Someone told you not to forget? Well, that seems helpful. Could it have been the police? Oh yes. That's much appreciated. It was that easy, huh? Man, I love fictional amnesia. And what was this very important thing? That would be my testimony. Your testimony, eh? Suppose I've heard once already, but I've actually forgotten it myself. The irony! Why does irony have to be so ironic? Once more couldn't hurt. Alright, spill the beans. Mr. Montclair, do you think you could briefly recap your testimony for me? It would be my pleasure. Are we to make this a formal affair? Murdoch and Winters already know it, and we didn't find any holes last time, so I doubt it's necessary. Why don't you just give it to me straight, and if anything stands out, I'll let you know. As you wish. Let's see now. It all started when... It all started when... Yes, I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up. Still, at this point, I should be able to guess all the major points of his testimony. It's a very risky gambit to be pulling on a murder trial, though. Maybe if I give him a hand, I might get somewhere. Fingers crossed. Where did it all start for Nathaniel Montclair? Probably with the phone call he got. It all started when you got a phone call from a certain someone, didn't it? Yes, that's right. He phoned me. Sheol. He told me he was coming to see me in 5 days' time. He told me he would be on the roof, that he would answer any questions I might have. I made absolutely sure I would remember to meet with him. I set an alarm on my phone, if I recall correctly. A few, perhaps. Why did you want to speak with him so badly? Why? Why ever wouldn't I want to? I am not very good at reflecting upon myself and my states. But even I can tell I am but a shell of a man. I am ultimately at fault for this. Ultimately. I know this. But he is not without fault either. And I want to know why. I want to know why it had to happen. I want to know what all of our suffering was for. I want to know what kind of person he is. I want to know if it was worth it to him. I want to know. Even if I am sure to forget, I want to know. And I want to remember. Even if I have to carve the words into my bones, I want to remember. So you went to meet with Sheol that night? Indeed I did. All of my alarms and reminders went off as planned. But after that, I can't... Based on what I know, the next thing that happened was... He did go to the meeting, we don't believe that. That little Winters is the culprit theory we spun. You removed your own IV, right? Then you went to the meeting. No. That's not right. Huh? Well, what do you mean? I went downstairs first, of course. Huh? 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 Hey, you quit getting into my conversations. I've been like 5 feet away this whole time. I was practically already a part of it. That aside, what's this about you going downstairs? What? This is news to you too? Well, he certainly hasn't mentioned it before, that's for sure. Mr. Montclair, what do you mean exactly when you say that you went downstairs first? I had a date with a particularly decadent morsel. What does he mean by that? You're asking me? Mr. Montclair, could you explain what you mean by, that? Aren't you scared of anything? Nia, in the course of my career, I have seen people murdered with coat hangers, paper airplanes, and bras. If I was afraid of everything I had good cause to be afraid of, I wouldn't be able to talk, eat, breathe, or sleep. How? Now that would be telling. I was hungry. And why did that make you go downstairs? Oh, well, I am quite a fan of those chocolate bars with the, Oh, what is that stuff anyway? It's like a hard yellow nougat or something. By which you mean to say you went downstairs to the lobby to use the vending machine? More importantly, are you talking about those crunchy bars? I love crunchy bars. Wait, you nougat? Nia, what is actually the matter with you? You don't like chocolate, you don't like nougat, you don't know how to spell nougat. Honestly, how do you function in day-to-day life? It's shameful. You mean to tell me you choose to eat those things? Don't you get started on it too. It's like eating a crusty old sponge covered in chocolate. It's toffee. It's not what's important here. Mr. Montclair, you went to the lobby before going to the rooftop? I did, yes. Did you see anyone while you were there? I didn't. I was alone the entire time. Which makes sense. Graves and Winters would both be gone by this point. How long were you in the lobby? And how'd you get there anyway? I took the elevator down. I was only there for a few minutes. Shouldn't Winters have noticed the elevator coming down? No, she wouldn't have, since she would have been in the other elevator. So why'd you call me a fool? Look, I'm not the one who keeps falling back into my League of Legends addiction. Montclair, what happened to this candy you allegedly bought? Oh, I forgot to bring any money. This is a tragedy as This is a tragedy as great of any of Shakespeare's most famous. Poor guy. To be deprived of candy is an unforgivable thing. Why did you decide to buy chocolate then, of all times? Well, I couldn't very well confront Shield on an empty stomach, could I? Man, if I forgot the money for the vending machine, I think I'd cry. You know, I haven't used a vending machine in forever. Every single one they had on my college campus was broken. From the day I showed up to the day I graduated. Truly tragic. And they won't fix the one in the lobby either. Honestly. What the hell? I keep sending them petitions, but will they listen to me? No. It's not like I fucking turn the entire department on my axis. I'm the one who's gotta log those prints. I want my goddamn chocolate bars. No? Of course you couldn't. And after the detour? What did you do then? I stepped back into the elevator and took it back to the top floor, so I could go to the roof. I can't remember anything after that, however. That's alright. Thanks for sharing what you could. So, where does that leave us? So I describe my— your ex is stale or expired? You should have checked the sell-by date before you showed up. That was your own fault. Gotta be like those weirdos who check the expiration date on all the milks before you buy one. So where does that leave us? Well... I suppose... this would mean Graves got to the rooftop first after all. So, wait... that would mean that Graves had ample time to grab at the pipe and then hide or something. Basically, it eliminates any semblance of the contradiction you were so determined to prove. That big, flashy argument you had, entirely pointless. Mitsu, you have to check the expiration date on the milk before... That's what I said. Stop agreeing with me in a tone of voice that makes it sound like we're arguing. Anyway, thanks for letting me know that your gameplay mechanic that I hate was entirely pointless. That makes me feel so much better about it. And... wait, doesn't that mean... have you proven anything at all, Mia? Or have literally all of your points been returned? Oh my god, you've accomplished absolutely nothing. This case is written so inefficiently. We're literally back to square one on this case. You've got nowhere. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him myself in real life with my own two hands. This is a work of murder fiction. It is where I live. I could just go deal with it. Oh man, I really needed that laugh. Yeah, you might be a terrible lawyer, but you are fantastic comic relief. I'm so flattered. I'm gonna get out of here before I bust a lung. He's an odd man, isn't he? I'm gonna leave him in an odd number of pieces. Not the word I would have used. The worst part is that he's right. This case is written heinously inefficiently. If Montclair's to be believed, then Graves definitely got there first. And if Graves got there first, then it's totally possible that he was the one who hit Montclair. And the fact that Montclair has any memory of this at all means Winters didn't sedate him, making my theory functionally nonsensical. And if that's all true, then we just have to live with having pulled up two entirely new suspects. Oh, woe is us. What the hell happened that night? We're no closer to an answer than we were to start with. Is Donald Graves the culprit? After everything that's happened, is this the truth I'm chasing? Are you alright, Miss Faye? You seem rather... tense. That's because I'm tense. Funny how that works. Oh. Right. Naturally. Do you let me know if there's something I can do to help? Noted. There's probably nothing else to be learned from questioning Montclair at this point. God, I need a nap. I'm not for this time either. Alright, that's not helping. No other name's been Murdoch. It's after the girl or Murdoch, who's also an ass. I know you're just telling a jokey joke, but I'm pretty sure it's probably a reference to, what is this a reference to? I had something in mind when I first heard it, but I don't remember. Anyway, the only lead we have left is you not picking up on that testimony we gave earlier. Yep, not gonna continue this. So I have a question.
Go ahead.
Finally installed a voice changer now that there's like 2 people in this case who have those.
It's very fun to play around with, I'll have you know.
I'm gonna spit out my food. I got one, that's good enough for my purposes. One of us is Shield, according to you, but why are you so sure?
Shio likes to play games. And I cheats. That's all.
You really want to catch Shield? Why are you hiding information from us? Okay, no leads here. But now that we know that Montclair went back to ground floor, can we get something out of you, maybe? Maybe. Non-redeemed hydrate and a stretch, thank you very much. Throat was starting to jam just a bit, so... Good. There we go. Alright. How do we make headway from here? Diego hired to help a brother out. Back again, huh? Whatever is in this briefcase is important. I just know it. An hour ago, you didn't even know the thing existed, and now it's case critical? I mean, yeah, it's a case. What other kind of critical could it be? I'm so lonely. Frankly, I don't know how you can be so optimistic about this. It's all we've got, Diego. If I stop believing that there's a way forward, then we'll never get there. Now, just gotta think. From what Diego said, Detective Bishop sent this briefcase to the LAPD. Maybe. If you wanted someone to see the contents of this briefcase, it would only make sense that he would leave a clue to unlock as well. Of course, that doesn't mean we found said theoretical clue, but it's possible that we have too. Think Bishop must have left something behind. Thought it might have been... It might have been that, what am I thinking? That license plate they saved, but that's not a thing we have in evidence. Something with 9 characters. Marlboro, that's only 8. That's... Maybe it's his police ID number? I don't know. Don't know what that is. Cosmonaut 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Chat. Damn it. I give up. Or maybe it's just case sensitive. There we go, it was case sensitive. He didn't bring up the letter because he wrote it to himself. The letter wasn't signed. It wasn't addressed to Charlie Klein. It was addressed to Detective. There's a lot of detectives at the local precinct. Though that does make the "I am a very poor murderer" sign mean something very different. Lord above. Did I just get it? What? Holy shit, that is so loud. You're lucky I have the audio turned down on your end. Anyway, what? Dude, you have got to tell me what the code was. Dude, I have to know. It was... Cosmonaut? Cosmonaut? No, Cosmonaut. It's case sensitive, we just went over this. Cosmonaut? Why does that sound vaguely familiar? It's because of this. Cosmonaut is the name of the person who called Bishop to the hospice. Which... doesn't make any sense whatsoever? Why would the name of someone else be the code to open something belonging to Bishop? Well, I suppose this means that Cosmonaut isn't a name at all. And we knew that to begin with. Diego, are you sure this belongs to Kurt Bishop? Well, no, not the slightest. I'm sure that it was Bishop who mailed this briefcase, but I don't have a clue if it belongs to him. So then why? Come on, Mia, I know you're smarter than this. Oi, Mia, quit dreaming, girl. Huh? Open it, dude, open it! I gotta know what's inside. Oh, right. Hold on. That looks like a case file to me. Documents? I've seen several case files in my day, that's how I know what they look like. They look a lot like normal files. What does that smell? Wet paper. Floodwater must have gotten in. Whatever this is, it's ruined. What? Oh, hell no, give me that. There's got to be something in here, there has to be. Splorp. A stack of papers should not make that sound. This blows. Here. See? Some of the stuff in the middle is still legible. Huh? Really? Yeah, totally. It's pretty smudged in spots, but it's usable. Man, don't be jumping to conclusions like that. You're gonna give me a flippin' ulcer. Sorry. Okay, let's see here. Well, don't leave us in suspense. Yep. Bingo. What? Oh, what's bingo? This is all stuff pertaining to NX0. Newspaper clippings about disappearances. Screenshots from the livestream, even. Let's see. Yeah. I'm pretty sure this is actually our missing case file. You mean the LAPD's NX0 case file you went searching for yesterday? That's the one. Only. This is far more complete than I thought it would be. The LAPD was only involved in that case for something like 10 days, wasn't it? And the FBI came in? But just by skimming over it, it's obvious that this case file has all sorts of highly in-depth information. Wait... could this be... There was a line in that letter that made it sound like the sender was giving something to Bishop. Please allow me to give you a small something to help you on your way. Could that something be the documents? A record of the sender's investigation? Right, and then the sender included the code to open the case, but we misinterpreted it as their name. Well, we'd have to dig around a little more to be sure of that. But alright, I'm on board. Did this really help us? Frankly, we probably know more about the room and board than this sender ever did. Yeah, we don't know that for certain. More importantly, we don't know why Bishop was given all of this. Was this stuff sent to Bishop to lure him to the hospice? Or was it legitimately intended to help him? The letter makes it sound like the sender and Bishop knew each other, but their relationship is unclear. Mia, you're actually killing me here. All we know for sure is that Bishop received this package, and he was killed. Maybe we can find out why Bishop was targeted somewhere in this stack of papers? And doesn't this also line up with your theory from earlier? You said Bishop might have sent this package to the LAPD as a dying message. It's not really a message, but Bishop might have intended to give the eventual investigation direction. Guess I'd better get to work then. Can I leave this still? I've got your back, kitten. Don't worry about a thing. It'll be gross, but I'll have this soggy heap sorted in no time. Hell yeah, I'm fired up now. Gotta kick this paper's ass. Booyah! What a ham. Man, those papers are all moist. This works out well. Leave the case file to him while I continue to sort through all his testimonies. May as well make a note of the file even if I can't read it right now. A record of the Exilio case and those involved therein. Wow. Maybe we have an honest-to-goodness lead. Maybe we can actually pull this thing off. But I still feel like we don't have the full story with this briefcase. Maybe it's just because none of our other theories have panned out, but I don't know. Only one way to find out. Time to get back to work. Hey, you lot. We're going to have a coal miners along. I have something to say. Tomorrow? What is it? Well, if you're gonna say something, say it. We're on a time limit here. I would like to apologize for lying. Apologize? You? With all due respect, Tamara, what are you up to? I confess that I am wondering the same thing. Nevertheless, I have something to say. Something important. And if I want you to listen to me, I need to clean up my mess first. Oh? Well, now this is an unexpected development. It's interesting. Let's hear this apology, then. I was lying before. To no surprise. I don't honestly know how you did it, but you figured me out, Mia. It was because you brought up coffee during a blackout. Totally unforced error. Not my doing. I wasn't at home all night. I went to the hospice. I didn't want to admit to going back on my word. Or to being near the scene of the murder. That was why I lied. So you say. But you still withheld information from us. Considering what's at stake here, I've got to wonder how you could possibly justify your actions. My trip to the hospice was eventful. I didn't think I had seen or learned anything of value. I was also kinda high as balls at the time. But that's not true. What do you mean? I only just now realized this, but what I saw at the hospice that night doesn't match with what anyone else is saying. And I thought about why that was, and I realized I know. I know who killed that detective. And there's the chapter. There's the chapter end symbol. where's the turnover? There we are. Chapter 6. Dark Holy Road. Holy Road, Batman. Let me just update our title. Let's just wait for this all to preload in so we get a smooth experience, and here we go. Boop. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. There's not a chapter this right. Yep, also it's bugging out again. It does that sometimes. Never ye fear. I know what I'm doing. Give it a second to reload. Holy road, Batman. Can't believe the one who committed the crime was none other than the Riddler. Okay, now what's wrong with you? You absolute ninny. So Chad, how you doing? You ever read any good books lately? They serving anything new at your local cafeteria or deli that you're enjoying? Maybe, okay, we're done. Everyone and everything is still underwater. Like we're trapped at the bottom of a deep, dark ocean. The ocean is murder! Dum 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 dum. The story you're about to read is not a nice one. Oh, hi, Roland, I forgot you exist. Marine Detective Conan, I haven't eaten a cafeteria deli in ages, but I just ate pizza. Oh, so you were able to find a pizza. That's pretty nice. Last night you told me someone ate it all before you. The story you're about to read is not a nice one. The people depicted in this journal are shadows. Human beings worn down to their frames. This is as much a story about 9 strangers as it is about us. Living in this place, I can never properly describe what it's like. It's like I'm turning to dust. I can almost feel the person I was eroding. And it wasn't all bad. I met some people. I learned a lot about life, death, why people spend so much time in between wearing digital watches, other things too. The 4 of us, at least I hope there's 4 who survive. None of this was your fault. Things you've done, the things we've all done, they were not us. They are not you. We were made to act that way. The choices we made were not ours, but his. You left this place carrying a weight heavy enough to make one envy the dead. And I know that each of you will feel that weight on you every day. But you need to let go. Joe locked us in hell for 9 days. Don't let the rest of your lives feel the same. Just don't. For our sakes. For those of us who... For those of us... For us. Alright, we haven't been over Shield's original room and board in a while. Mostly because... I mean, we haven't been there in like 5 chapters. But a reminder that the game was set up to allow at most 4 survivors. We know those survivors were Damara, Charlie, Montclair, and Graves, though we don't know which of the men Graves was. He could be Roland, he could be the ex-cop. I think he's more likely to be Roland of those two. Just because the cops aren't treating this like a case where a cop was injured. But who can even say? It's a very interesting narrative choice that we don't actually get to see anything out of. Shield's room and board after the first game. There's so many VNs out there that are about killing games. And I don't know where to make headway at this point, but apparently Damara does. I know who killed that detective. She smoked so much kush that she achieved enlightenment. And I say it was you, Charlie Klein. The plot thickens. Wait, hold, what? What the hell is that supposed to mean, Damara? If this is a joke, it's funny. You know I'm not much for jokes, fireman. No, I'm quite serious. My, how exciting. However, the proof is, as they say, in the pudding. And your pudding has been rather tough to swallow up to this point. Ooh, an extended metaphor, I like it. Okay, that was a terrible way of putting it, but you get what I'm trying to say. Why should we believe your story this time around? Would anything change if you thought I was being truthful? Well, no. We'd still cross-examine you. And I say let's get to it already. Objection? She's playing you guys. This is nothing but a waste of time. Damara, you've stated multiple times now that you're unrelated to this murder. Now you say you've somehow stumbled across the key to solving everything? Bullshit. I guarantee that whatever she's about to regale us with is a complete and utter lie. You're trying to shift suspicion from you to me. Are you trying to fool? I have to agree. But if we aren't going to listen to Damara, what are we going to do? I don't see the harm in letting Poppet speak. If she wants to come out of her shell, then let her. I say it's a fair opportunity. She's often so unsociable.
The harm would be to your remaining time. You have 15 minutes to uncover Shield's identity. Make your decision.
Jesus, 15 minutes? I did not understand how that timer worked at all. Good lord, I feel the pressure. For 15 minutes? 7 minutes? Oi, Zero, how do you expect us to work under these conditions? If you're certain Shield's here, then fine, we'll find them. But in 15 minutes? Give me a break. If you want anything done, then you need to work with us.
Life
is— oh, shut up. Look, we don't exactly have any other options. Winters and Monty can't give us any new information. Your testimony, detective, was informative, but also apparently a dead end. Mr. Mars given us an avenue, sketchy though it may be. I think hearing her out is comparatively an okay plan. least it's better than agreeing our boy Graves is the killer and 0 kills us anyway. As if we could prove anything in your standards. You see what we're working with here, bro? And there you have it. In the end, I don't have much choice. Needless to say, though, Damara, if this testimony is a lie as well, well, it had better not be. I had my reasons for doing what I did. And I don't like this, you guys. She's up to something. You would think so, wouldn't you? And it's far beyond hypocritical of you to suspect me of lying, Charlie. Well, that's enough chatter. We're doing this or not? We've deliberated long enough. Let's hear it then. Alright, to the stand. To the stand? To the stand. Witness. Testimony. Charlie is the killer. This likely comes as no surprise, but I was lying in my previous testimony. I went to the hospice that night. I drove as far as the road leading to it and then walked the rest. Never set foot on hospice grounds, however. I hid in the woods near the road and watched. Like a creeper. Why would you do that, I wonder? I arrived at 11. After a while, a car pulled up and parked. The driver got out and was led into the hospice. 30 minutes later, another man left the parking lot, and the first man opened the hospice doors for him. You'll be interested to know that the second man was carrying a briefcase and a long steel pipe. Really now? Really now? I can get a clear view of this second man, but based on Charlie's testimony, it must have been him. I'm curious, Damara. What? Ha! What crap? You seriously think you're fooling anyone with this? Oh? You have a problem, Charlie? You mad, bro? Of course I do, are you kidding? Let me break down. This testimony was designed to counter my testimony. Think about it. You decide to speak up now, after I'd already given my side of the story. You're saying basically the exact same things I said, with 1 or 2 extra details about me. Details that have absolutely no supporting evidence, I should mention. You were supposedly hiding in the one spot I wouldn't have seen you, to avoid contradiction, obviously. And you're saying Graves let me into the hospice. Feels kinda like we've heard something similar recently, doesn't it? It's because it's the exact same method Murdoch described earlier about the crossbow. You literally just stitched together things other people have said. This is so transparent. So you say. However, we have a certain process for determining truth, don't we? Yeah, I wouldn't hold my breath on this one. She has a point, though. 15 minutes. That's all we've got. Let's make something happen. Alright, I swear to God, if an actual on-screen timer shows up, I will scream. And they mistimed the cross-examination window. Of course they did. I went to the hospice, I drove towards the road, and then walked the rest. May as well start by asking the question on all of our minds. Why do not mention any of this before now? Why do you keep wasting frames with that smoking animation? A few reasons. Well, first of all, as Charlie said, I can't actually prove any of this. Second, being at the hospice makes me look suspicious. Period. And finally, I didn't know what any of I saw meant. Not until now, anyway. You saw somebody carrying one of our murder weapons and you didn't know what it meant. You're a worse liar than I gave you credit for. I didn't, and still don't, know much about the murder. Didn't occur to me that what I had seen might be new info. What changed your mind? Charlie's testimony. They're never going to get that smell out of this courtroom. He didn't mention anything like what I had seen, and it got me wondering. Speaking personally, those are all extremely flimsy excuses. You know what's at stake here. I don't really care what you think. I have given you the truth. Accept it or don't. Yeah, we'll see about that. I never set foot on hospice grounds, however. I hid in the woods near the road and watched. Why on earth would you have done that? Exactly where were you then? I was only 2 or 3 meters of the brush, just where the road meets the hospice grounds. Normally, this would be the part where we show a tidy little diagram of the area with a Damara marker. But we're kinda lacking in the diagram department, so you'll have to imagine it. So you just sat there, in the dark and pouring rain. How could you even see? You must during your hurricane. Yeah, both of the people we've seen, like, lying out in the brush before this one, like, hospitalized with hypothermia. Or pneumonia, as the case may be. I was a soldier once. That doesn't mean much, but I do know my way around survival gear. I also enjoy spending exorbitant amounts of money on clothes. So I was downright cozy that evening. As for sight, I brought a few things with me. Night vision goggles, binoculars, standard fare. And you just own all of this stuff. Relics from a previous life. Since throwing them out. For the record, the night vision goggles weren't that useful. There was a good amount of light coming from the building. The binoculars sufficed. That's not what they said last testimony. Why don't you tell us more about what you saw, witness? I arrived at 11. After a while, a car pulled up and parked. The driver got out and was let into the hospice. This man... what did he look like? I couldn't see his face, but he was dressed unremarkably. He had on a light jacket, I think. All in all, it was a fair distance from the parking lot and the hospice. That being the case, it's hard to imagine this man being anyone but Donald Graves. Good old Donnie Graves. Arrives at 11:30. Time matches up with Damar's vague estimate, and given his actions... I don't see how it could make sense any other way. 30 minutes later, another man left the parking lot, and the first man opened the hospice doors for him. 11:30. 30 minutes later is when Bishop went in through the back entrance. Another man. You say he came from the parking lot, but you only saw one car drive past, correct? Correct. Until I heard Charlie's testimony, I had assumed both men had arrived in the same vehicle. Well, it makes sense this way too, since he and Bishop arrived long before I did. Isn't it crazy how perfect Damar's story is? Wow, we sure are lucky you decided to tell us all this at the literal last second. Back to your testimony, Tamara. Did you see Bishop at any point? I didn't. But he didn't go in through the front doors, right? That's right. He picked the lock on the back door. In that case, he probably went in the opposite direction from me. Just... so convenient. Does seem too good to be true. But I can't make any assumptions here. Evidence first, theory second. That's how I get out alive. You'll be interested to know that the second man was carrying a briefcase and a long steel pipe. This is a very important detail. Are you certain? Yes, I'm certain. Those two things stuck out quite clearly. Well, I didn't understand what it was I was seeing until now. You said that the first man opened the doors for the second man. Did the first man react at all to the things the other man was carrying? Not that I saw. Did the two interact at all? I'm not sure. What happened to them after that? I don't know. They left my view. Wow, your testimony is very specific. That's it, I guess. This testimony lacks any sort of substantial details. As Charlie said, it's all sort of... clean. It fills its purpose with nothing to spare. It's a little odd. I couldn't get a clear view of the second man, but based on Charlie's testimony, it must have been him. Is it possible that one of these two men that you saw was actually Bishop? That wouldn't make sense. Do you remember that diagram we have of both wings of the hospice? You can't go between the two wings unless you have an employee keycard. Bishop was found on the executive wing rooftop. That means he had to have entered from there as well. Isn't it possible that Bishop had one of these cards? And he entered through the main entrance? Well, if he had a key card, then he should have gone in through the employee door. Either way, the point is moot. All key cards were accounted for. Hold up. We used that pedway when we were at the hospice, but we didn't have a card. It was kept open so the detectives could go back and forth easily. It checks out. I don't think there's anything paradigm shifting to find with these key cards. Given what we know of the crime, the person Damar claims to have seen was probably Charlie. Just need to determine how truthful these claims of hers actually are. This testimony. There's a lot here that challenges our understanding of the case if you think about it. More importantly, though, there's a certain something that sticks out. That is to say, there's a fairly obvious contradiction in her story. Considering our basic knowledge of the crime, there's no reason to overthink this one. But I thought I'd put aside the less direct issues and focus on the bigger one first. Well, if we pick our understanding of the crime, the most suspicious thing would be a steel pipe from ongoing construction.
Objection!
Tamara, there's something I need to verify about what you saw that night. It's about the pipe you saw. You wouldn't have known this, not being part of the trial and all. But the pipe that was used to attack Montclair was actually red. This is a very important detail. If the pipe you saw wasn't red, it must have been something else. Now that you bring it up, that might be right. I thought it was just rusted over, but now that you mention it, it might have been red. I genuinely cannot believe you fell for that. Are you certain? The pipe you saw was red. Yes, I think so. Haha! Well done. Kind of embarrassing to watch if you ask me. What do you mean? I lied. That pipe wasn't red, or even rusted. It's plain old gray. What? And let me tell you something else. The killer didn't bring the pipe with them. It's from the hospice. And that she isn't lying about. So, your story doesn't match with the basic facts of the case. It is possible that you're mistaken or we've misunderstood something about the incident. However, you've demonstrated to us that you're willing to change your story. And why would you do that? Almost certainly to put the weapon that hit Montclair in Charlie's hands. I think we can safely say that you aren't mistaken about what you saw, but lying. Again. No quippy responses this time? You're slipping. Again? Has this happened before? Oh, at least somebody can appreciate the crappy twist. Can't say I'm surprised, personally. Same old Demara, same old tricks. Wait a minute.
Is this true, Puppet? You dare to lie to me yet again?
No,
I just don't understand you. You obeyed Shield so faithfully when he told you what to do.
You know, considering the way she talks and the way she is, the thought had occurred to me.
And yet you won't listen to me. Why? Because I am not him. I believe I am starting to connect the dots.
Hey, connect them all you want. I saw Charlie Klein that night. You're actually sticking to your story. After all that... Like, I'm impressed, but for all the wrong reasons. Give it up, Damara. We all know you saw Jack squat. Prove it then. We just did. Wrong. Yeah, you seem like you need to unwind. I was mistaken about the pipe, but so what? The rest of my testimony is the truth. I think I speak for everyone when I say we are not convinced. What other choice do you have? Do you think you can find another solution in time? There's only one solution I'll settle for, and that's the truth. The truth is that I saw Charlie Klein enter the hospice with a briefcase, probably with the crossbow inside. And what about this pipe you claim to have seen? I made a mistake. Must have seen something else. And what else have you mistaken? Face it, between you and Detective Klein, we don't have a single reason to believe you. Do you keep screwing around? Charlie Klein is the murderer! What do I have to do to get this through to you? You're asking for the impossible. You've betrayed our trust too many times now. I saw him. I saw his face! You just told us you didn't see his face. Semantics. I sidetracked. Charlie is the killer. And if he is, we'll have to catch him without your help. Listen to me. She's so desperate about this, I want to believe she genuinely believes her conclusion. She's just lying about every single piece of her evidence because whatever she knows, it's too suspicious against her. What did you do, Demura? What did you do? We have been, and we've been repeatedly disappointed. You had your chance. We don't have much... Oh. Wait, what the hell is... Oh crap! Shit, yeah! Oh, now she can never be an attorney. She can't point at people. What the hell just happened? I heard a door open, and then for just a split second... For just a split second, someone entered the courtroom. And they looked just like... You're hurt! It's just a scratch. You got shot! The bullet only grazed me. It was a scratchy bullet, it's fine. At least let me wrap it with something. What's the point? It's over. Did someone in a dark cloak just jumped a Mar, or am I losing it? No, that sounds like an accusation to me. How perplexing. Just who was that masked man? What, you mean you don't know? That was the Lone Ranger. Well, it's pretty obvious. It could only have been Zero. Isn't that right? Oi, Mia. You okay? I'm fine. Thanks. You? Still breathing. Of course, it's not like he was aiming for us. No. I don't think they were even aiming for Damar necessarily. Bullet took her pipe right out of her hand. That is an absurd shot. Could they have been aiming for that? Why? Punishment? Or a show of frustration? Or maybe they were frustrated with the amount of time he'd lost to that smoking animation. And if your target was actually the pipe, what kind of person has the confidence to take that shot? Huh? Where are you going? There's something I'd like to take a closer look at. Yeah, it's still locked. Shouldn't have got my hopes up. Still, even if it was for just a moment, this door was open. For just an instant, there was a way out of this room.
Ms. Faye. The way out remains closed to you. Your time is better spent elsewhere.
Oh, the prodigal bear returns. Had your little tantrum, did you? Feeling all better now.
Consider it a warning. There will not be another. The next you see me, I will not be wasting ammunition on demonstrations. But there is still hope. Bring me Sheol in the remaining time, and walk free.
Small chance of that happening. We have nothing left to go on. We've lost. No thanks in part to you, Damara.
You wish to give up? Disappointing, if not unsurprising.
Hold on a minute, no one's saying that. Agreed. Though we may not have time for any more testimonies, we'd have other avenues. This sounds a little barbaric, I know. Why don't we put it to a vote? The most barbaric form of government. A vote? What are we going to accomplish with a vote? Vote is maybe not the best way of putting it. More like a joining of everything we've learned so far. We can at least give Zero our most likely suspect. Can't say if that'll be enough, but it's something. He says, knowing full well that Tower and I are the least trusted people here, so Diego is Tower. Alright, now we know. I do not know how I feel about this. I at least do not feel comfortable participating. There is too much I do not know. It wouldn't be right. Well, that's one abstain then. Personally, I have to vote for Ms. Fay and Mr. Armando. Or rather, Ms. Fay and Mr. Armando. I'm sorry, but you two are by far the biggest unknowns here. As for who killed Bishop, I still maintain it was Graves, and our findings say as much too. I don't want to pick a side like this, but I also have to go with those two. I'm sorry, but it's the option that makes the most sense. Nah, I'll tell you who it is. It's this Murdoch. Jesus Christ, I can't say that on Twitch. Like, seriously, Diego, what in God's name? Well, so they never heard those two words put together before. This guy's pulling one over all y'all. Certified, bona fide, mastermind material, mark my words. And do you agree with your associate's outburst, Mia? I do. However, I admit that we have no evidence to persuade at this time. Oi, don't stall our momentum, Mia, we need this. Sorry, but it's the truth. Even if we want to, we have no way to implicate Murdoch. And it's just how it is. All of you are wrong. Charlie is the one behind this. Okay, just what the hell is your problem with me right now? Is this some kind of grudge? What did I do? It's not a grudge. It's the truth. Give me a break. New detective, what do you make of all this? That's a good question. On one hand, the defense team is obviously the suspect. But on the other, Damara. I don't know what her deal is. Not for sure, but I think I might have an idea. And what's that? First of all, I think the entirety of her second testimony is a lie. It's just too convenient. I know it was determined that Damara went to the hospice, but I don't know if that's true either. I think we all wanted Damara to be at the hospice that night. That's how we interpreted things. I mean, we were and still are desperate for leads. Realistically, there are other explanations for why she lied in her first testimony. Truthfully, I don't think Damara is actually guilty of anything. Besides perjury, that is. I think her second testimony was motivated by fear. It's been proven time and time again that the odds are stacked against us here. I think she lost faith in us and decided to take matters into her own hands. We were all convinced she was really at the hospice, so she played into it. Tamara is a survivor to her core. She tried to frame me in order to get out of here alive. Now for a small error on her part, she might have pulled it off too. So, in the end I have to vote for me and Diego. Tamara, are you willing to tell us the truth now? As you yourself said, we've lost. Why hold on to it any longer? And as you have said, listening to me is an exercise in futility. I've said all I have to say. I'm done. Then, is Charlie right? Were we chasing ghosts this entire time? Was there really nothing we could have done? Until then, that makes 2 votes for me, 1 vote for Detective Klein, and 3 votes for Mia Fey and Diego Armando. Not that this is a vote, of course. So... what now? It really does seem like we're just locked up at this point, doesn't it? Diego, if you'd like to pull out that NX0K file at any time, I would much appreciate that.
It appears this trial has reached its conclusion.
That's not good. We've given you all we could, Zero. Even you have to appreciate our efforts. A 3-2-1 vote with 1 abstain. This is what we have to show. There are good people here. Winters, Montclair, Harper. You know you don't have to do this.
You speak true. I do not. I will.
Looks like it's over. It doesn't feel like it's over. Feels like we still have 3 more chapters. Guess I'm still waiting for someone to rush in with new evidence or something. Like in the stories. And I've spent this whole case just fighting to keep my head above water, but looks like I've finally run out of air. See, chat? It's a metaphor. You understand? Cause it's a... So what are you going to do about it? No one's coming. The only person who can save you now is you. Come on. Aren't you certain the murderer was one of us? What's taking so long? Or perhaps you simply don't have what it takes. Or maybe you're just distracted. After all, it was never about the truth for you, was it? No. It's always been about pride. You just can't stomach the thought of losing. You knew what you stood to lose in this gamble, and you've lost. Time to pay up. I'm not out of the game yet. You have no more cards in your hand, however. All evidence has been considered. All testimony has been heard. I know for a fact that it is a lie. It's the end of the line. The answer has been right in front of you this entire time. Winters and Volkov gave each other alibis, and Montclair has disproven your sedatives theory. None of the patients could be the culprit either, as they could not have prepared the murder weapon. And Damara had no way to even enter the hospice. So what if she lied? So did Charlie. But he had no way to enter the hospice either. Quite a conundrum, isn't it? If only there was another option. Someone seen inside the hospice. Someone with opportunity. Someone suspicious. Someone like Donald Graves. Remarkable that he's still the prime suspect even after all this time, isn't it? There's a word for people like that. Guilty. Why delude yourself further? The case against him isn't that much stronger than the case against anyone else. Like, I kinda see what they're going for here, but I think we're maybe jumping the gun a bit. Your disappointment is understandable. It'd be no fun at all if the defendant turned out to be the true killer. A story like this is just setting itself up to fall flat at the end. It's time to look at the facts. Donald Graves is the only person who could have killed Kurt Bishop. Accept it. Everyone else has. I can still think of at least one other possibility. That's not true. Not everyone is convinced that Graves is the killer. Someone else agrees that Donald Graves is innocent. I can think of a few people here. Maybe. But I'm sure there's a more useful answer here. I do agree. Alright, I'm just going through the list one at a time. It's Damara. Do have to dig out her testimony. I wouldn't have brought it up if it wasn't gonna be important somehow. I'm talking about Damara, of course. Damara? Now that's a shifty claim. Also to know exactly what that woman is thinking. No, we know this for certain. Damara Rochelle has a reason to suspect Charlie Klein. Damara is a survivor to her core. Charlie's words. She tried to make him a scapegoat to save herself. You saw her on the room and board. You know this is true. If she was really just trying to survive, there was a better scapegoat. Namely, Donald Graves. Weren't we just saying how suspicious he was? Knowing Damara, that solution probably went straight over her head. No. She had to have realized it. Remember what her story was? Graves let Charlie into the hospice, and Charlie was carrying the crossbow. As Charlie himself pointed out, this is the same logic Murdoch used to place suspicion on Graves. Damara borrowed this theory, so there's no way she was simply unaware of it. All she had to do was say she saw Graves sneak the crossbow inside. If she had, that would have been more than enough proof to incriminate him. But she didn't. She tried to frame Charlie instead. Why? Because she has legitimate reason to suspect him. But that makes just as little sense. Certainly it's possible that Damara earnestly believes Charlie is the killer. But why did she not simply tell us this reason? Why lie about seeing Charlie enter the hospice? If there was something legitimately fishy, she had no reason to lie. Well... There's probably an explanation. Whatever it was, it would have cast suspicion on her as well. Come on, this is obvious. She's a survivor. You don't sound convinced. I can't deny that. It really doesn't make sense. Perhaps Nara holds a particularly deep grudge towards Klein. That's possible, I guess. Or maybe she really did overthink things. And we once again return to murky waters. As ever, there is simply no way for us to know the answer to this. Time to give up. No. I don't think I will. This may be the only move I have left, but that doesn't mean it can't lead me to the truth. We can't just ignore the facts. No. But we aren't bound by the facts either. The facts of Kurt Bishop's murder have proven to be insufficient time and time again. So, what, you're saying you want to push this Damara issue? You don't seriously believe you can just guess your way to the truth? That's the harp in trying. If it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. If this is what you want, you know what you have to do. If Damara had legitimate cause to suspect Charlie Klein, she would not have lied to us just now. If you believe your theory to be worthwhile, you must first explain this discrepancy. Right. It is undeniably a major roadblock. But in this place, I am Mia Fey. So maybe I shouldn't waste my time trying to figure out why Damara lied. But why she had to lie. Enlighten us, Mia Fey. Why did Damara have to lie in her second testimony? Could it be that Damara knows that Charlie is the culprit through some other means? Other means such as... maybe... Sheil told her? Maybe something Charlie said tipped her off? She lied to create more concrete evidence to convince us of Charlie's guilt. If this is the case, why didn't she own up to her lie after we found out? It was of cost to her. Right. I mean, she's not avoiding telling us. She's saying anything she brings up will just not be trusted. There's only one way to make sense of this all. Damara is also the culprit. I struggle to see how that makes sense. Saying Damara and Charlie are accomplices? I suppose I am, yes. Damara knows that Charlie is the killer because she helped him, but can't tell the truth because it would incriminate her too. This would explain her actions. But it doesn't explain what happened at the hospice that night. Neither of your supposed killers has any way to enter the hospice, remember? The doors were locked. Not true. There was a way for a third or even fourth person to enter the hospice that night. Oh? Do tell. This isn't new information. In fact, Damara came up with this idea herself. Graves opened the front door for Charlie to enter. That's what she said. And you know what? That's entirely plausible. Maybe it isn't Charlie and Damara. Maybe it's Charlie, Damara, and Graves who are behind this. So the plan is just go after everyone then, is it? I don't know how I managed to get from Damara suspects Charlie to here, but okay. It'd be interesting to see how you plan on defending this theory. However, there is a very big flaw in your reasoning. You desperately want there to be an alternate solution. A third person. A true culprit. But this is simply impossible. Recall that the first floor of the hospice, and miles of the surrounding area, flooded that night. Recall that the water level didn't drop until after 7 the next morning. Recall that Winters and Volkov searched the entire facility looking for Montclair. Considered together, what do these 3 facts tell us? There was no third person in the hospice during or after the flood. Furthermore, recall that Graves only survived because he fell into the floodwater. Recall that Bishop entered at 12:11, only a few minutes before the flood occurred. Recall that the murder must have been on the patient wing rooftop to have committed these attacks. Ergo, the murderer must have been inside the hospice after the flood. Therefore, the only potential suspect is Donald Graves. You wanna keep playing that game? Let's play that game. What do you people always say at times like these? Something like, checkmate, right? Oh, not that you've had any experience with chess, of course. Just sounds cool. Fine. And since you are truly out of options now, checkmate. Mia, don't you black out on me, we can still salvage this. Wait! Hypothetically, if I could prove that the murder could have been committed from outside the hospice. If you could. But you can't, can you? But if I could. If isn't good enough. It's always possibilities with you. Here's the fact for a change. You will die here. I'm not going to be intimidated by my own overactive imagination. Give me a break. You can't even convince yourself you know what you're talking about. A murder could be committed from outside the hospice. Come on, you know you don't buy that. The murder was committed from outside the hospice, and I can prove it. Your voice is shaking, Mia. Has reality finally sunk in? Oh, tell me. Why are you so convinced that Donald Graves is innocent? Maybe, if you were the culprit, the others would start to wonder about the person defending him. Terrifying, Mitsu. Oh my god, thank you. The game's giving me good material. You understand that his verdict no longer has any bearing on your survival, yes? No, there's more to this case, I know there is. I'm not going to lose. Oh, in that case, you know what's in store for you. You said you could prove the murder was committed from outside the hospice. Now walk the walk. Show us how it's done. Prove your theory, and prove that you aren't just another pawn to be controlled. Are you ready, Mia Fey? Not even a little bit. But I've got no other option. Let's do it. Let's party. Can't save during a time frame. God damn you. You aren't just sinking, Mia. You're drowning. This is your last chance to struggle back to the surface. Don't waste it. So you say the crime could have been committed without entering the hospice, huh? And that Charlie and Damara are responsible. There are so many ways to disprove this theory. Where to begin? Let's start with something basic. The culprit must have been on the roof to attack Montclair. The steel pipe came from the roof and was found there after the facts. Not to mention the blood splatter. It proves irrefutably that he was hit on the roof. A culprit couldn't have reached the rooftop without entering the hospice. Have you any counter-arguments? I barely had an initial argument. I suppose there's no harm in seeing how this plays out. I've been following this trail of breadcrumbs, and it's led me to Charlie Klein and Damara Rochelle. But it's also true that neither seems to have had any opportunity. Well, did Charlie and Damara attack Montclair or not? And if so, how? Right. I have to decide this right now. To attack Montclair, is it possible that Damara and Charlie... I don't think it's possible. To be honest, I don't think it's possible. However, that doesn't necessarily bury this train of thought. Montclair could have been hit by someone else. Someone else? You're saying there are 3 accomplices? I'm not sure yet, but maybe. And before you ask, the identity of this third person would have to have been Graves. I realize that I've been trying to deny this point for the past however many hours, but... the only person who could have attacked Nathaniel Montclair was Donald Graves. What happened to Graves, then? Why did he fall from the roof? He jumped, I guess. Wait, this is getting confusing. You making an argument or just giving up? Because all you've done so far is concede the prosecution's theory. True, but I have an explanation for this. The reason Gray hit Montclair and then tried to commit suicide is... I must be on the wrong track. I can't lose focus, not now. I just need to breathe. True, but I have an explanation for this. Well, they're not damaging us this time, that's nice at least. Time to just pick evidence at random and hope we figure out what the game helps us to communicate with it. And the answer to this question is simple. Graves was expecting to meet with Sheol on the roof that night. But in reality, what he wanted wasn't to meet with Sheol, but to take revenge. So when he got to the rooftop and no one was there, he grabbed a pipe and hid around the corner. When Montclair arrived at the rooftop, Graves must have thought he was Sheol and attacked. Graves knew Montclair was unwell and couldn't be Sheol, so he would have realized his mistake. If he thought he'd accidentally killed Montclair, the guilt might have driven to suicide. That's kind of a hasty reason to kill yourself, isn't it? It's also kind of totally plausible, though, isn't it? That is true, admittedly. Congratulations. Now comes the hard part. How could Charles and Damara have killed a bishop without entering the hospice? Right. This will be tough, if not impossible. Although, I've never tried solving the murder from outside before. Maybe, just maybe, there's a way to make this work. The shooter was definitely on the patient wing roof. That's where the murder weapon was found, after all. Someone must have put it there. Not only that, but the distance the bolt would have traveled is consistent with the wound. Alright, so basically, I need to figure out an alternative position the shooter could have killed Bishop from. And figure out how the weapon could have still ended up on top of the patient wing. Guess I'll just do what I've always done. Keep talking until something works out. Alright. I'll do this one step at a time. I already have an idea. First, the shooter's location. The fatal bolt could have been shot from... Couldn't the shot have come from below the victim? If we take the distance the bolt traveled into account, isn't it possible the killer shot upwards from the ground? I mean, just take a look at the diagram of the executive wing roof. See? Bishop was right next to the edge when the bolt hit him. The blood splatter is going towards that edge. If he'd been looking down over the side of the roof, the killer could have hit his chest from the ground. Why would Bishop have been looking over the edge? More importantly, the company's entire plan depended on Bishop looking over that particular edge. That's not something they could control. It was random. Was it, though? You're saying it wasn't random. It wasn't random. Would have been crazy for the culprit to make Bishop look down. The culprit could have made Bishop look over the edge by using a sound, a light, a phone call, any of the options. That theory makes sense in a vacuum, however. The murder occurred in the middle of Hurricane Seth, remember? There was no way Bishop would have investigated any old sound in the midst of a deafening storm. If the sound had been exceptional enough for Bishop to have heard it, then surely someone inside the hospice would have heard it too. But no one did. Yep, insult me to my face. I just need to breathe. He did have a phone on him. Couldn't the killer have just called Bishop on his cell phone and told him to look down? Almost, Mia, but not quite. Hurricane Seth knocked the power out in basically all of Los Angeles. As we all know, cell phones never work in a blackout. Include the cell phone towers as well. That's not what you said before. Bishop had reception. Wasn't random. It would have been quite easy for the culprit to make Bishop look down. Alright, no, it wasn't impossible. Sure, give us that option. I see how it is. Yeah, it couldn't have been a phone, it couldn't have been a sound, but it sure could have been a light. I'm sure you would have been able to see that fine at a downpour. This case makes perfect sense still. Would have been easy enough to do with a basic flashlight. All the culprit had to do was wave it around a little and Bishop would have noticed and investigated. A flashlight no one else saw in the middle of a hurricane. Totally normal. Okay. Wait, seriously? The timing went very tight with the flood and Bishop's arrival, but oh my god, you're telling me I seriously just came up with an alternative theory for Bishop's murder? Could have really used like 3 hours ago. Woo. Don't get ahead of yourself, Mia. You still haven't explained how the crossbow ended up on the patient wing rooftop. Well, that's the easy part. According to your theory, the culprit had the bow on the ground, but it was found on the roof. Yeah, that's the problem. But all that means is that I need to keep thinking outside the box. The crossbow was on the ground, then it was on the roof. There aren't very many methods for moving the bow in this situation. But I think I've got a few ideas. And tell us, how did the culprit move the crossbow from the ground to the rooftop? How to move the crossbow? There must be a way. The culprit could have moved the bow to the patient wing roof if they had. It was possible for the culprit to move the bow, but not on their own. If the culprit had an accomplice who was on the roof, their options expand considerably, but that's not what you mean. The culprit tossed a wire down the ground, the culprit could have attached it to the bow, and the second person could have reeled it at the rooftop. Theory is plausible. But it's already been determined that neither Charlie nor Damara were in the hospice at the time. So there's no way this method makes sense. What if there was someone else? A third culprit? Here we go again. I'm about to say that Graves was in on it, right? Well, it couldn't have been Montclair. Graves was the only potential accomplice. You were just explaining that Graves went to the hospice to take revenge on Shield. Now, all of a sudden, he was there to move the murder weapon. And there's an even bigger problem. This date began because you were trying to figure out why Damara lied about seeing Charlie. Your answer is Damara and Charlie were working together. But there is no role for a third culprit in your theory. It's just Graves and the shooter. And both she and Charlie must be directly involved, or else Damara would not have lied. That's right. Furthermore, your reasoning behind Graves' suicide is weakened by your new theory. You said that he jumped because of the guilt, but he was already assisting with Bishop's murder. It's true. Given the effort that he would have gone into obscuring their involvement, they were probably looking to get off scot-free. Can't see another casualty changing that. That being said, Graves was really not in a good position to get away scot-free. In fact, it's almost like he was intending to take the fall. Could Charlie and Damara have planned his suicide? Something like that even possible? Could there be another trick here? But how would that even work? Graves fell during the flood, but Charlie and Damara couldn't have been in the hospice at that point. Yeah, it's unlikely Graves was pushed by someone. But if not, what am I left with? You can't keep this farce up forever. Now stuff it. Well, it's true that I'm running out of room to maneuver. Just like before, I have to do this in two steps. First, I need to figure out my avenue, my theory overall. I can try to nail down specifics after that. Here goes nothing. Is it possible that Graves was pulled somehow? There might have been a method to pull Graves off the roof without the culprit needing to enter the hospice. Setting aside the specifics of this method, there's a bigger problem. Graves only survived because he fell into the water. In other words, the hospice grounds had to have been flooded when the culprit pulled him off. Unless the culprit could have done this without being on hospice grounds, this theory is impossible. Alright, just skip ahead to the end. Sure, don't even let me get my evidence. There must be a trick to— Come on! God damn it, let me skip this. Could Graves have just not fallen? Maybe he didn't fall at all? What in the world made you think that? If you read the report, it says his injuries resulted from a high-velocity, full-body impact. But it doesn't specify what the cause of this impact was. Maybe his injuries are from something other than a fall from the patient wing roof. That's absolute nonsense! What else could possibly have inflicted such dire wounds? There's nothing that was available at the hospice that night. I admit that this one is pretty hard to swallow, even by my standards. Was there even anything at the hospice that could have generated that much force? Come on, Mia Fey, think. Graves' injuries, maybe they were caused by— Oh, you are very mean, game. A fall? Could have been hit by a car? Up on the roof? I don't think so. Okay, give me something to work with or I will immediately check the walkthrough. I'll not have to put up with this bullshit. Okay, let's focus now. Now I just need to breathe. Come here, Faith. Think. Nope. I have better shit to do. Sorry, game. I am afraid I have some amount of self-respect left. There's fans up on the roof, right? It wasn't blown over, that doesn't explain it. Even if it did. If it was turned up high enough, it could body slam him. I mean, I'll take a swing at it, if you, I quit, I quit, I give up, I am not— Nope, this isn't worth my time, nope, I'm sorry, it's been real, goodbye everybody. So angry right now. That is a bit of a fucking leap to ask someone to just make with literally nothing in the court record. Like, what is even the argument here? Was the person who went into the building not Graves? What, did Winters just not notice that the person she spoke to has been in the room with her this entire time? Couldn't those wounds have come from being hit by a car? A car. Explain. There's anything to explain. I mean exactly what I said. Graves might not have fallen at all. He might have been struck by a moving vehicle. What? There's no way it could be true. It's ridiculous. Think about it. The shape of the wounds would be completely different. You seriously think the medical professionals who examined him couldn't... Thank you! God fucking Christ! Can I have your head on a fucking pike? This is why you don't include auto-scrolling text in your visual novels. Jesus Christ, I hate this video. Think about it, the shape of the wounds would have been completely different. I don't know how much of this you all missed, and quite frankly, I don't care. Cause it's just them talking in fucking circles. This whole stream is them talking in fucking circles. This case would be 3 chapters long if Acid Rain had any respect for our time. Yep, people who get hit by cars develop injuries. It's left there, battered and broken on the pavement until the flood comes and delivers its punishments. In both cases, the man suffers a bone-crushing impact that could occur in a variety of ways. And in both cases, the exact nature of his wounds would be obscured from being in the flood. Not only is this theory possible, it's just as likely as the prevailing theory. And its foundation is made entirely of guesswork. Maybe there's some leeway with the wounds, maybe. Graves couldn't have left the hospice after going to the roof. Couldn't he? What's stopping him from simply going back downstairs and out the door? He didn't have to jump. The door was stopping him, obviously. It was locked, remember? How many times is this stupid throwaway theory going to keep coming up? As Murdoch pointed out ages ago, Graves would have known where the key to the front door was. First, he used to argue that Graves could have smuggled the crossbow past Winters, and Damara used it to lie about Charlie entering the hospice. Now, I am going to use it to show that Graves could have simply unlocked the door and left. When he did, someone was waiting for him. His assailant slammed on the gas and left him laying half dead in front of the hospice. That's it then. That's my theory. This crime was carried out by Charlie Klein, Damara Rochelle, and Donald Graves. One of Charlie or Damara shot Bishop from the ground. Graves helped plant the murder weapon on the rooftop. Then the culprit that didn't shoot used their vehicle to take Graves out of the picture. This is the truth behind the events of July 17th. So close, Mia, so close. But you've managed to trip over yourself at the very end. What's that supposed to mean? It means that your two theories are at odds with each other. They contradict. The theory that Bishop was shot from the ground is plausible, the timing is incredibly tight, since we know the flood hit only a few minutes after Bishop entered the hospice. According to your theory, after one culprit shot Bishop, they had Graves move the crossbow to the roof. After doing so, Graves left the hospice only to be run over by the second culprit. If your theory is the truth, The flood must have hit very soon after Bishop was killed. Factoring in to lift the boat, the water would have risen before Graves could have been run over. And it comes with that saying that the culprit couldn't have driven their vehicle through water that deep. Will you calm the hell down? So again, if your theory could not have happened after the first, it's impossible. Your point being... So we switched the order. There's no evidence that things happened that way. How the security cameras were knocked out, we don't know who was where when. So I've got to choose which half of my logic to abandon. Should have known this would happen. Nothing's ever easy in this case. No matter what I choose, I'm gonna have to rethink a huge chunk of my theory. Will it be Mia Fey? Here's my vision. I believe it's true that Graves was hit by a car. As mentioned, the timing of the first theory was tight to begin with. And more importantly, the first theory relies on the second theory to make sense in the big picture. I admit that I no longer have any idea how Kurt Bishop was murdered, but... Donald Graves was hit by a car. I'm certain of it. You're certain, but you don't have any proof whatsoever. I wonder... If I take this theory of Graves being struck by a vehicle and fit it back into what we already know... Well... I don't know what I'll find, but I've got a feeling... A feeling that the way forward will appear. You're getting ahead of yourself yet again. Before anything else, you have a very important question to answer. Since you're so certain, after all... Who ran over Graves, right? If I can just answer this question, just this one, the rest of the pieces should fall in place as well. There are only two possibilities, Charlie Klein and Tamara Rochelle. Which one was it? To figure this out, I need to think all the way back to my original question. Why did Damara lie about seeing Charlie enter the hospice? Well, we're saying she didn't lie about seeing him go in. The person who struck Graves and left him hanging on to life by a thread was Tamara Rochelle. If Graves was indeed hit by a car, we have to consider how it would fit into our pre-existing knowledge. If we assume that Damara attacked Graves, a contradiction arises. A contradiction? That's the opposite of proof. Not this particular contradiction. The existence of this contradiction not only explains Damara's odd behavior from earlier, but also indicates who was really behind Kurt Bishop's death. The true killer. Interesting. And by all means, just this contradiction. Of course. The notion that Damara tried to kill Graves by running him over contradicts... It contradicts Detective Klein's testimony. And anything that contradicts a killer's testimony is usually true. Yeah. That's it. Finally! I think I finally know what's going on in this case. We still have 3 chapters left, I wouldn't hold my breath. Now that I know where the truth is hidden, all that's left is to shine a light on it. Huh. I feel kinda... weightless all of a sudden. Someone playing dubstep? I could totally rave to this. This is appropriate mystery solving music, I don't know what you're talking about. I love the music they put to this game. There is a, OST list linked in the lead post. Maybe I'll, link to it in the Discord after we're finished here. I recognize a lot of these tunes, but, it is a really good soundtrack. Oh? Get back to your senses, eh? You were spaced out for quite a while. We were starting to wonder if you'd gone on ahead of us. I've got it. Got it? You got what? Tamara lying. The calls from Shield, Montclair, Graves, all of it. I know who killed Kurt Bishop. And I know how to prove it. Really? Oh, well now. You serious, Mia? You really got something? I do. There's a key element of this case that we've all taken for granted. But if we start to question our understanding, the pieces all fall into place. Hell, it's about dang time. Turns out quietly contemplating your imminent demise is a total drag. You can prove your theory? Cool. Show us. Sadly, I don't have any evidence. But I do have some very cool shades. But I know exactly where to find some. Oh, I was waiting for those stupid things to come off. Alright. Guess that means it's time for me to get serious too. Let's put this case to rest. For good. The evidence that proves my theory. If I truly believe that Damara is responsible for what happened to Graves, then the evidence I need should be located. Is it the marijuana smoke on his body? It feels very rude. In order to prove this theory, we need to investigate Damara's house. Excuse me? And specifically, the evidence I'm talking about is your car. Yeah, I am a scientist. I do know what I'm doing. Ball's in my court now, bitches. I think we got it. Have I forgotten something, or is that as non sequitur as it sounds? No, it is.
Elaborate, Miss Faye.
This theory is a major departure from our thinking until this point, so I'll start from the beginning. Damara drives to the hospice. Early. Before 11:30 and before Donald Graves. I'm not exactly sure what she was thinking. Maybe she went only to observe. Or maybe not. This is going to be nonsense, isn't it? She hasn't even said anything yet, Damara. No need to be defensive. Either way, she witnessed the defendant arrive and enter the hospice. She waits. Meanwhile, Graves and Montclair go to the patient wing roof. Believing him to be Sheol, Graves mistakenly clubs Montclair with the steel pipe. So you're finally admitting it, huh? I only wish I knew what he had been thinking. Realizing his error, it's very possible that Graves believes he had just killed an innocent man. So he flees the scene. He uses the front door key to leave the hospice, and runs to his car. Wait. Huh? Damara sees the distraught Graves right out of the hospital in a panic. I don't quite know what goes through her mind at this point. Maybe something like, why would Graves be fleeing the meeting with Sheol in such a hurry? Or perhaps, why did Graves go back on Ordeal? One way or another, Damara realizes that Donald Graves is not to be trusted. And the outcome of this realization is the key to this entire case. Using the only tool at her disposal, Tamara decides to take action. That's right. Graves' injuries weren't from falling from the patient wing rooftop. They were from you, Tamara, running him over with your car. What? Hey, I appreciate you trying to get us out of this jam, but I thought I went as an investigator here. You're seriously trying to say we overlooked goddamn tire tracks all over his body? It's not so unthinkable, is it? Tamara's car wasn't the only attacker he had that night. Don't forget, after his initial injuries, Graves spent close to an hour in flood. Okay, yeah, but I mean... No. For once, I think she might be onto something. The medical exam Graves underwent was not only cursory, but also occurred after Winters and Volkov had already treated his most dire injuries. I'm not saying Mia's road rage theory is all that likely, but I also think we can't outright deny the idea either. Sweatin', Charlie? Regardless, I believe this to be the truth behind the events of July 17th. Well, part of it anyway. And needless to say, if we took a look at Tamara's car, we'd surely find evidence of this occurring. Probably in the form of a large Graves-shaped dent. And if you disagree with me, Tamara, then it's all the better that we investigate your vehicle. If you've done nothing wrong, the lack of evidence will completely and immediately vindicate you. It's a win-win. Puppet? You didn't.
Of course it would be you. Wouldn't it, Tamara? 5 people wasn't enough.
Hypocrites. A lot of you. Weren't we all just laughing at my testimony was too good to be true? Too convenient, you said. Can't see how this is any less of a long shot. And that's precisely why I'm suggesting we search your garage. If we find actual evidence, we'll know for certain if this theory is a long shot or not. Sadly, you won't find anything. I don't own a car, after all. Huh? You heard me. I don't own a car. So there's nothing for anyone to investigate. That is a lie, Tamara. What? Do you remember a trip to see Nathan last week? When I went to warn him about Shield? You kept your distance as always, but I saw it. That big green piece of crap truck you drove. What do they call those things? Hummers? You know, it suits you. I didn't think it was possible. But your lie just now proves it. You better believe I'll get justice for Kurt. Don't get smart with me, fireman. I haven't lied about anything. It's true that until recently I owned that truck. But I happened to have sold it the very next day. I let it go for cheap to a family in need. I insisted on cash. Heh. Who knows where it is now? Talk about way too convenient. Do you seriously expect us to believe that? Well then let Zero search my garage. Be my guest. It's not there. But didn't you say you drove to the hospice in your testimony? And I was lying, Nathan. Do keep up. Okay, we're getting nowhere. Zero, please. Let us search for Damara's car. If we can find it, I know the evidence will be there.
I am afraid there is no point.
You charged us with finding Shield. This is the first step. This isn't about escape or our lives. Let me investigate it yourself, but this needs to happen.
Damara Rochelle is a documented liar. I do not trust her. But there is one part of her story that holds true. There is no vehicle of any sort at her home.
What?
I kept tabs on her residence in preparation for this trial. I have even been inside. Poppet does not own a car. Or if she does, I do not know where she has hidden it.
And there you have it. Would have been the first step, wouldn't it? Damn it all. Is this it? Mia, I don't care how you do it, but if you keep this trial alive, you've got my full support. That's the question, isn't it? Even if Damara still has the truck, and if she did hit Graves, and even if there is evidence on it... No. This is a dead end. The only way I'm gonna be able to prove that Damara attacked Graves is if I get her to confess. And the only way I can do that is if I convince her that confessing is in her best interest. Damara, please. I need you to work with me. I know you're not the murderer, and I'm not Sheol. But you know who is, don't you? So do I. But we can't corner them unless you come clean. Huh? Oh. No one here cares if you put Donald Graves in the hospital. We're all after the same thing. Sheol. Please. If you confess, we have a real shot at this. We can bring everything into the light. You haven't actually denied anything yet, for the record. Did you try to kill Donald Graves, Mr. Shell? Obviously not. But she sees ludicrous. Even if it could lead to uncovering the identity of the true killer. Of Sheol. Says who? You? Well, since you seem to have it all figured out, you should have no trouble solving the case without me. I haven't done anything. Leave me out of this. Damara, a decent lawyer, you're looking at a vehicular assault charge at worst. Yeah, you know, worst case scenario, you just tried to kill a guy with a car. What's a little of that between friends, huh? The alternative is death. Please. I did not hit Donald Graves. Damn it. I'm not reaching her. Think, is there any way I can get through to her? Yeah, I don't think you could convince anyone to admit to attempted murder with the please. Wait, so... she attacked the defendant and she isn't the killer? I'm leaning towards elaborate bluff myself. Come on, this isn't a difficult decision, just think about what you stand to lose. This woman is just dead set on doing things her way. No. Even back then, she wasn't the type to listen to a logical appeal. To be honest, it's probably impossible to persuade her. But... maybe... if I dig deep enough, all the way down to the person she used to be, then maybe I can provoke her. Yes, when in doubt, be obnoxious. It's good enough for Columbo, it's good enough for us. I never felt like I was any good at being the good guy anyway. No better time to turn up the heat than right now.
It appears that we have reached yet another dead end. It is unfortunate, but...
Okay, so first of all, I wasn't even explaining my theory, so be quiet. And second of all, congratulations, Damara. Oh? You're right. I can't prove jack all. You did it. You win. Relax, take a seat, you've earned it. Heck, you might even get to go home and hotbox all day, or whatever the hell it is you do in your spare time. But I can't. I can't walk away from this. Do you want to know why? It's because I'm pissed. I'm pissed because Shields killed 6 people now. I'm pissed because he's ruined every life he's touched. I'm pissed that after 5 years we don't really have any answers. And I'm pissed that he's gotten away with all of it. And it's starting to feel like I'm the only one who's angry enough to do anything about it. Hell yeah, preach to him, Mia. We're only just getting started. I mean, I know what the hell's going on, but y'all better get ready. Tamara Rochelle. I may not be able to prove it, but I know you attacked Donald Graves. I know you didn't attack him for no reason. You're also unsatisfied with the way things have turned out, aren't you? You don't know a thing about me. Oh, bullshit. I know everything there is to know about you. You're nothing. Empty. Zero. You're a shell of a woman, and you all but told me as much yourself. You... Oh, hey, Nee, I thought you died. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to get revenge for you. I'm going to get revenge for you, and everyone here. I'm going to get revenge for those who died 5 years ago. Among other Mitsuda. Well, whose fault is that? Maybe you should have thought of that before you decided to grab that 40 and put on the club music. Going to get revenge for those who died 5 years ago. I am going to tear Sheol out of his god complex and make him pay for what he's done. And you can sit there and watch. I'm done trying to get you to stand up for yourself. Okay, that turned into legit venting at some point. I sure hope that went alright. I can't back down now. Listen up. Damara Rochelle is not behind the murder of Detective Kurt Bishop, and neither is she Shield. The true culprit is someone else. Needs a laughing serious. Oh, did you catch up? Yeah, that was fun. I don't do that very often, so it always comes out really rough when I do. Have our full attention, Ms. Gray. I dare say this little trip has been worth it. I was hoping to get some evidence before this part, but I've done all I can. I'll start from the top, and we'll make this official. The culprit who attacked Nathaniel Montclair with the steel pipe on the rooftop is this dinosaur. It just reached up with its goodness gracious great balls of fire scuffle. Hello! My friend, my comrade, my mentor, and your 21 friends. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the stream. My name is Mitsuda. I am a forensic scientist from the world of mystery novels. And we are playing an Ace Attorney fan game, Low Scuffle. We're very, very, very deep in this game, so you missed quite a bit. I'm very sorry. If anybody decides to stay over, I'll try to summarize things real quick. To make a very long, very complicated story short, it's been 5 years after a killing game occurred several years, 5 years ago. 5 years ago. Come on, Mitsu, focus. You're too early on to collapse. 5 years ago, there was a killing game. 4 survivors, people died. I just need to know who the killer was. Well, we're closing right up on that point. Now we've been placed in a second killing game to find out who the culprit is. But first, the person who attacked Nathaniel Montclair, that's this guy. He was one of the survivors of the killing game. He was hospitalized at the same time as the culprit. He was attacked by Donald Graves. The one behind Donald Graves' life-threatening injuries is a Damara Rochelle. And the true killer, the person responsible for the murder of Detective Kurt Bishop, is killing game survivor and current police detective in this very case, Charlie Klein. You, Charlie Klein. What? Me? Oh, you got it again! There's our answer. None has resumed a head. Oh god, the thumb is in my eye. Ow, 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 why does this keep happening to me? Also, hello here, I got a bit distracted. I did see you there. It's important to begin every day with a nice hearty greeting. Yeah. How many times are we gonna have to do this, old man? Not the murder, god damn it! Oh, come on, man. Me? Of all people... The logic is pretty simple, actually. Damara tried to kill Graves, and you were allegedly keeping an eye on the grounds that night. In other words, you should have seen this attempted murder, but you didn't. Damara noticed this. She knew you were hiding something and tried to get the rest of us to suspect you. The reason she told that absurd story earlier was because she didn't want to own up to her own actions. Is that about right, Damara? You couldn't have missed something so obvious, Detective. Yet you did. You can't possibly back out now and claim that you weren't actually at the hospice. What remains? You, Charlie Klein, were not watching from the parking lot. You went inside, didn't you? Like hell I did. I mean, sure, your logic checks out somewhat, but that's only if Damara actually hit Graves. And I'm pretty sure that didn't happen. Where's all that confidence you had a minute ago, fireman? I think I hit the wrong button just then. Hey, I didn't know she was gonna flip it on me, alright? Sounded good on paper, but I didn't think it through all the way. My bad. I thought you were going to get justice for your murdered friend or some nonsense. Inabian, what in God's name is happening today? Hello, Inabian! It's nice to see you too! Hello to all raiders, my name is Mitsuda. I am a forensic scientist from the world of mystery novels. We are playing an Ace Attorney fan game. And we just accused the murderer. You all might have shown up at a bad time. But I appreciate you anyway. Hello, Murder Corpse and Inabian. It's good to see all of you. I'm very happy y'all showed up. Confliction. Wildly, and thank you for following. I'm certainly in a position enough to warrant it. Welcome to the stream. I'm glad you all showed up today. Okay, to very, very briefly summarize the wild ride we've been through for newcomers. We are trapped in sort of killing game by a culprit whose goal, conditions their game is that we need to figure out who the mastermind of a previous killing game was, or we'll all die. Also, we were kidnapped away from a trial in progress, which involved all of the people involved in the case of that previous killing game who aren't dead yet. How's stream going? It's been going really well, actually. Game's been providing us a lot of good material. Chat's been very active. We did get thoroughly humiliated at a questionnaire. Anyway, I've been stalling long enough that I think anyone concerned about spoilers has probably filtered out. Last chance. We are currently accusing this man, Detective Charlie Klein, one of the people working the case we were interrupted from, of being the murderer in that case. He's just mad that I figured it out before. You guessed. You guessed something that did not and still doesn't make any sense. That's not the same thing, Nana. Anyway, let's keep going. Charlie, I'm going to give you the exact same pitch I gave to Damara. Our goal is to find Sheol, not Bishop's murderer. Come clean. Tell us what you know. Okay, I can only sit around and be insulted for so long. You don't have a single reason to suspect me of murder, and that's a fact. I said your logic checks out somewhat, Mia, but I was talking about me not seeing Damara. Even if it were true that Damara hit Graves, how does that incriminate me? Did you forget? There was no way for me to get into the hospice, so I can't be the killer. Kurt and I were all friends, but something tells me that isn't enough to convince you. As Damara suggested earlier, Graves could have let you in through the front door. But according to you, Damara would have seen that happen. If she had legitimately seen me do something that suspicious, she would have spoken up sooner. And considering she's already admitted to lying about exactly that, I doubt she saw anything. So, no. I had no way into the hospice. Crap, he's right. I just need to breathe. I've come this far. I can do this. I'm not going to roll over that easy. There was definitely a way for you to enter the hospice, Charlie. Well, that's a tough claim to make, Mia. Your options are pretty slim. There's the front door, of course, but no one entered before Graves, and no one entered after the flood. There's also the back door, but it's actually even less likely. The motion-activated security camera only went off once that night, and that was Bishop. Considering that the records were wiped, I'm very interested why you claim that as a fact. See, this was my first plan. This is what I wanted to argue during the logic duel earlier. Then there's Mystery Door X, which is the option you personally hope you pick. Look, I get it, Mia. Things are looking pretty grim. Throwing Damara and I under the bus in desperation isn't gonna help anything. You don't think I'm serious about this? Oh, that or you're just flat out wrong. Well, let's put this theory to the test. I know there's a way. There has to be. You gained entry to the hospice, Charlie, and you did it by using the back door. So you're going with the back door, eh? But how did you avoid triggering the security camera? For the record, the camera triggers if it detects movement in the vicinity of the door. But it is also set to trigger if the door is opened at all. So there's really not a lot of leeway here. How did Charlie dodge the motion-activated camera? Maybe. He didn't. How did Charlie circumvent the security camera? The answer is simple. He didn't. How do you figure? Honestly, compared to everything else you've done today, you took that alarmingly casually. The actual footage taken by the security camera was destroyed, wasn't it? So in reality, we have no idea who triggered the camera that night. Oh, quit screwing around, Mia. If that wasn't Bishop at 1211, then how'd he get into the hospice? I suppose I worded that poorly. What I'm getting at here is... we don't know how many people entered the hospice at 1211. In other words, if you and the victim entered the hospice together, Charlie, then there's no issue here. You are friends and partners, after all. No, there's still quite a few problems here, actually. Getting in is only half the question. I'd still need to get out. Obviously, I couldn't have left through the back door because the sensor only triggered once. Is that true, Murdoch? Sure is. There was a register at 6:07 PM which was confirmed to have been Volkov. Then the next register was the one at 12:11. Followed by nothing until a bunch of registers around 6:45 the next morning. But these are basically confirmed to have been Winters and Volkov as well. The flood had mostly receded, so we could actually go outside again. Long story short, even if I had followed Kurt and I had no way to get back out. Of course, there's an even bigger problem here. We entered the hospice at 12:11, which just so happens to be right before that flood hit. In other words, there's no way anyone could have left the hospice even if the way out actually existed. So basically, not only is there no method for Charlie to have left the hospice, but there's no window of time for him to have left either. Well, what conclusions can we draw from there? Let's not overthink things, we're over the hurdle. So in essence, I'm just boned. Oh come on, this is easy. That's my only option here is to keep thinking outside the box. You're being pretty quiet over there, Mia. Don't tell me you run out of gas already. Not a chance. It's definitely still possible for Charlie to be the murderer. Couldn't Charlie have just not left until the next morning? Murdoch, you said the camera registered from the next morning could basically be confirmed. Does that mean it's possible for one of the registers to have not been Winters or Volkov? Sure, I suppose. Neither Winters nor Volkov were sure how many times they went within the sensor. But if you're saying the culprit waited until morning to make their escape, you've got a much bigger problem, doesn't she, Winters? If somebody were hiding in the hospice, Dimitri and I would have found them. I know we've mostly focused on the patient wing up until now. Oh, we ended up searching the executive wing too while we were looking for Nathan. The idea that someone hid in the hospice has been brought up a few times, but it hasn't gone anywhere. So, unless you have hard evidence on the contrary, there wasn't any place someone could hide. At this point, it's beyond question that Winters and Volkov looked everywhere in the patient wing. But is it possible they didn't search the executive wing completely? And look at this place. I mean, I'm gonna have to. There was nowhere to hide, but doesn't this piece of evidence say otherwise? That piece of evidence, you sure about that? No. Mostly? So not really, then. What do we have here? On hospice layout, weather report, autopsy report. I mean, this is a long shot, but yeah. No, I didn't think so. Oh boy, I do love this. Graves in the nurse stayed on reception until midnight. It's... Bishop enters the hospice. Having taken care of his first target, all Graves had to do was wait for Bishop to get to the roof. When he had a clear shot, he took it. Somewhat between the victim's arrival and Graves' attempted suicide. The first flooded. Winters discovers Montclair on the patient wing rooftop. Volkov recovers Graves. Corpse wasn't discovered until 7. Does that mean anything? There we go. I know what I'm doing. Hold on, the culprit couldn't have been hiding because the nurses would have found them? It's not entirely true. If the nurses had actually looked everywhere in the hospice, then why did it take them until 7 AM to find Bishop's body? You're not saying. That's right. If the killer had hidden themselves on the executive wing rooftop, probably like in here or under the one of the awnings, so somewhere they'd be protected from the rain. Let's not be unrealistic here. They could have simply left the hospice in the morning. Alright, Mia. Alright. I got one question. You sure about this? If I start doubting myself now, there's probably no coming back. For better or for worse, this is the only way forward. Yes. Absolutely. Stick to your guns! Don't worry that we've got 2 chapters left. Just to be clear, you're basically listening intuition, right? I mean, it's possible that I actually entered the hospice with Kurt and left the next morning. And it's possible that Damara was actually at the hospital that night and hit Graves for some reason. Just like it's possible for a clover to have 4 leaves, right? I mean, yeah, that's entirely possible. That's a thing that happens all the time. Let's apply Occam's razor a little. Despite everything, we have no less reason to suspect Donald Graves than we did to begin with. And on the other hand, your reason for suspecting me is that Damara did something bad, maybe. Hey, Damara. You hit Graves? Sounds to me like she didn't hit Graves. And, we already know you don't have any evidence. Oh, don't get me wrong, that was a hell of a speech you gave earlier. But just because an argument is louder doesn't mean it's better. I don't know what you're talking about, my good man. It's obvious you're standing on uneven ground, Mia. You don't even have an inkling of a motive either, I bet. But you were the person closest to the victim. We may not have evidence of a motive. If there's anyone with a reason to kill, it would be you. And that is exactly my point. Why do you think so many cops immediately suspect their spouse when someone gets offed? Because it's an easy answer to a complicated question. And that's all this is, Mia. That's all you're doing. You talk big, but deep down you don't really believe you can find the truth, do you? That's why you're scapegoating me. The person who's probably the killer if I had to pick one. I don't think you can pull this rookie crap on me and get away with it. We're not dealing with a marriage dispute, Charlie. We're dealing with S.H.I.E.L.D. Bishop wasn't killed over some minor grudge. Here's a much deeper reason. A deeper reason? Mia, I owe Kurt Bishop my life. I'm everything I am today because he believed in me. You're the only one who's pissed. Don't make me laugh. You have no idea how furious I am. But it's my job to keep a cool head. And so, I will. I'll play this game for as long as you want. It's looking way too composed for my liking. And he adjusted his tie despite the fact that he doesn't even have a tie. That's like the most suspicious thing a person can do. There's gotta be some way to knock him off balance. Oh, nice line, tough guy. You practiced that one? Huh? That fluff might fly with everyone else, but it ain't enough for me. Come again? I'm saying you're full crap, Chuck. Oh, but I owe him my life. That's cute, bro. You're really tugging at my heartstrings. No one asked you. Reality check, though. You survived Shield's room aboard. Fact is, you're in this just as deep as the rest of us. Who knows what kind of hang-ups you got over that? Yes, go Diego! Go Diego, go! Use your big obnoxious powers for good! Even if I had any hang-ups, they're none of your business. See? I'm not so sure. Let me just take a look around. How many people here are claiming to be on some loony vigilante hunt for S.H.I.E.L.D.? Literally 4 of us. And not your compadres, huh? We all agree that Graves at least tried to kill someone. Heck, depending on who you ask, Damar's in the same boat, ain't she? And your boy Montclair's so damn tortured he lives with one foot in the proverbial purgatory. Then we have you, Mr. Oh, it doesn't bother me, I'm a detective now and everything's great, Klein. That is a really complicated name. Is that German or something? Or maybe Germa? How's with you? Where's your permanent psychological damage, huh? See where I'm going with this? Of course, that's what this all boils down to. What, am I not broken enough by your standards? I'm sure that's not what he means. No, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what he means. I mean, that's what I meant. I didn't jump off a 6-story building, and I didn't drink away to 24/7 medical care. I didn't hole myself up with my demons, and I don't have a crazy vendetta either. I just want to live my damn life, so I must be the murderer, right? You're seriously shaming me for rising to the challenge instead of turning my back on the world. You really think you're better than everyone else, huh? You don't? I've spent the last 5 years of my life trying to justify it. Forcing it to not have all been for nothing. Sorry. Different people deal with trauma in different ways. Holding myself to the highest possible standard is mine. No offense intended. Also, not the approach you took during the last killing game. Not saying it's impossible, but it's weird for someone to improve as a result of trauma. Fireman, Perhaps I am not one to talk. You do not need to carry a weight like that. I can either carry the weight given to me, or one I give to myself. Do you remember Roland's journal, Nathan? The one he gave you. Remember? His words have stayed with me more than anything else. So it's not enough to just live half-assed. I have to stand proud. Not just for me, but for them, too. You should not have talked about being a good person in front of Demara. That is so stupid. You fool. There are no dead men living vicariously through you, Charlie. And if there were, there aren't any more. Demara? Say the thing, say the thing, say the thing! When I stepped out of that bunker 5 years ago, I thought I had won. But I hadn't. I'd lost. And it took me years to realize it. I've heard enough. Charlie, I'm going to show you a bigger kindness than you deserve. Bigger than any of us deserve. But I give up. I resign. I tried to kill Donald Graves 5 days ago at Jameson Memorial. Okay. In lieu of my utter surprise, can I ask what made you change your mind? You may not believe me, but I've actually been rather on edge this week. Ever since Shield called. Overzealous would probably be a better way to put it. I suppose I slipped back into the mindset I had 5 years ago. I was finally being challenged again. It was risk and consequence, maybe. But I was just reminded of how little I actually stand to lose. I've been lying to myself. And if I've got so few chips on the table, I may as well go all in, right? Since we're all in agreement that this is a shocking development indeed, why don't you go ahead and give us the details of your villainy, Miss Rochelle? Why bother? It's all been laid out pretty clearly. Does that mean that you were right on all accounts? More or less. Man, we were just guessing too, how lucky. I believe this must be the 3rd time you've had me completely figured out, Mia. I must not be as sharp as I think I am. Still, you've got my respect. I mean, you have been high as balls this entire time. Probably does interfere with murder plotting. But, Tamara, why would you try to kill Donald? I realize we've had our differences, but that's all 5 years in the past. Given the circumstances, it wasn't unreasonable to assume that Graves was Joel. And that's your one misstep, Mia. It never once crossed my mind that he might be Sheol. What? Then why? Because the past had come calling, and I had answered. Out of the blue, Sheol was back in life. So were the other 3. So was everything. When I saw Graves at the hospital that night, he was alone. And vulnerable. And then I thought... I thought... just like the good old days. Then I crushed him against the pavement. Didn't I tell ya? Like 3 episodes ago. She's not the culprit, but she's definitely totally insane. Suppose it was a decision of strategic merit. Graves was a wild card in the last game, and he certainly has no love for me, so... I don't know. It just felt like... the logical move? I don't know, it I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know. I have no idea. I really am delusional. It really took me until just now to realize there was no new game. I've been playing all by myself. The whole time I've been trying to figure out if Zero was in on it, and if this was just another facet, but... It was all you, wasn't it, Charlie? It was always you. You rat. Well, it's nice that you're finally opening up, Damara, but I still haven't heard a single reason to suspect me. I mean, that's exactly what I'd expect a murderer to say in this instance. She just admitted to trying to kill Graves, which you should have seen. You can dance around it all you want, but that's decisive testimony. Decisive? Oh, what's decisive about self-serving testimony from the most notorious liar in the room? You know, you're saying objection an awful lot for someone who isn't a lawyer. Think about it. Your theory douses suspicion on Damara, proposes a killer, and satisfies Zero. In what situation would Damara not be playing along with you? Face it. This testimony isn't decisive, it's obligatory. Damara, do you have any evidence that can prove you were Graves' assailant? I'm far too careful for that. The only evidence that can prove anything is the truck itself. But I wasn't lying when I said I sold it. See? Her word means nothing. It's true that Damara has been less than forthcoming thus far. However, her actions make sense when viewed from her perspective, as I've already said. And you're wrong. Her actions don't make sense. I said it once before. Damara is the survivor. Nothing's off the table in pursuit of self-preservation. If Damara hit Graves and suspected I was lying, like you said she had, she wouldn't have come forward earlier, and of her own volition. The price of failing Zero is death. And as you yourself said, Mia, the price of attempted murder is, well, comparatively minor. Basically, I object to this entire stupid situation. How very logical of you, Charlie. But you've missed something. Zero had no intention of killing anyone. But what? Damara, he shot you! And hey, you can survive being shot. Theoretically. But also, I can't say I didn't at least suspect something like this. Let me ask this then. How long has it been since his 15-minute warning? How long? Well, it's been... Bleh. See, I told you. Time limits don't go in mystery stories. Feels like that was quite a while ago now, doesn't it? Let me ask another question. How long have we been at this? Oh, son of a... I may not have many amiable qualities, but I have a damn good internal clock. It's been almost 3 hours. Nearly twice our supposed 90-minute time limit. You've gotta be kidding me. We've been at this for a while now that she brings it up. If Zero intended to kill us, he would have done it ages ago. Not that I think he had the guts in the first place.
the initial time limit was merely to motivate you, I admit that I had no intention of stopping the trial there. Rather, proceedings will continue and I can no longer keep this gambit of mine a secret. If someone happens by the courthouse or some other divergence occurs, I will cut my losses.
I agree to disagree then. Either way, I think Zero's harmless. I mean, he has a gun, but that's not the same thing. I was very confident in his shooting. I don't know who we could narrow it down to. That's something to keep in mind. Which is why I felt no need to speak up earlier. Give me a break. Well, that solves that then. Charlie Klein, do you understand your position? I didn't kill Kurt. I didn't. How could I? My partner. My only friend. You have to be some kind of monster to do something like that. Hey, detective. A word of advice. Taking the moral high ground here is only going to make things more difficult for you. You too, huh? Look, I think I've got a pretty good idea about what's been going on in this courtroom. And if I'm right, you're screwed. Honestly, it's in your best interest just to give up now. I didn't kill Kurt, and I can still prove it. Oh, can you now? My. Yeah, I think we're due for another testimony right now. What do you say, Mia? I'd be happy to show the detective the faults in his reasoning. Look at him, he's so angry.
Miss Faye, I advise that you make your accusations stick this time. And as for you, fireman, if you are indeed innocent, I expect you to prove it resolutely.
I can, and I will. Doesn't matter what Damara did or didn't do, it's impossible for me to be the murderer. That's quite a story. Let's see what we get out of it. No opportunity, no crime. According to you, Mia, the only way I could have entered the hospice is through the executive wing. But given the depth of the wound and the power of the bow, we both know the killer shot from the patient wing. However, there's a problem. You need an employee key card to move between the two wings. And the record showed only 2 codes being used that night. Winters and Volkov's. So it's impossible for me to have shot anyone given your logic thus far. Is that all? His argument is pretty solid. Maybe you pickpocketed a key card. Or maybe you just stabbed him. And the crossbow was a red herring. It does seem impossible for one restricted to the executive wing to have murdered Bishop. But if this reasoning is as impenetrable as it looks, why did he hold onto it for so long? There's a weakness in Charlie's logic, and he knows it. That's why he didn't say anything. I hope you're prepared, Klein, 'cause I'm not letting you get away. God, all the murders nowadays are soundtracked to such dramatic OSTs. Yes, I did say this. I'm prepared to stand by it. Can I take the shift in focus here to mean you accept the possibility of my theory? What choice do I have? Can't argue against devil's proof. Maybe if your theory was in any way substantiated, it'd be a different story. But hey, let me make something crystal clear here, Mia. I'm not scared of you. I ain't afraid of you. I seen meaner things than you in my morning cornflakes. No matter what you think you can accomplish here, there's no way you can pin this on me. There was no concrete evidence against Graves, and there sure as hell ain't any against me. To struggle all you want, but in the end, you won't get anywhere. We'll see about that. You'd think I'd have grown tired of this dorky garbage years ago, but no. Here I am. Now, back to the important stuff. Less trash talk and more murder solving, please. Oh, but I haven't even gotten a chance to prove my heel cred by insulting the local hometown. Given the depth of the wound and the power of the bow, we know the killer shot from the patient wing. Prosecutor, can you confirm what he's saying? I sure can. Basically, the force generated by a crossbow bolt depends on the type of bolt and the tension in the string. We know the specs of the bow and the bolts, and we also know the depth of Bishop's wound. With these things in mind, we can calculate how far the bolt would have to have traveled before impacting. And by calculate, I mean we just ran a ballistics test. For the wound to have been as we found it, the bolt had to have traveled between 35 and 45 meters. But if we use the inverse proof corollary, Klein, who is a detective, could have just calculated the appropriate depth and just pushed the wound in, or the bolt into the wound. And by 35 to 45 meters, I mean 150 to 150 feet, because the Queen don't run these lands no more. The point is the only location that far from the executive wing rooftop is the patient wing rooftop. Plus, the crossbow was found there, so it's not like the shot came from anywhere else. That makes sense to me, but I only made it this far because I've questioned every assumption. Was there a way for the culprit to have disguised the specs with the murder weapon? Probably, but I don't think I have evidence per se. An employee keycard to move between the two wings. Is a keycard really necessary to cross that pedway? It is. There's a door partway that only unlocks with the keycard. And since I know you want to ask, the door closes and locks automatically. What if you don't keep spare cards around? There's no bypass system and there's no way to trick it. Point taken. I'm very curious how you can just say there's absolutely no way to trick the system. And there's no other way to get from one wing to the other. Besides this pedway. Unless you went outside and around to the other entrance. It certainly seems like Charlie had no way of moving between wings, but I wonder if that's really true. Do I have any evidence? No. And the record showed only 2 cards being used that night. Winters and Volkov's. How about this record? It's actually pretty similar to the security camera from earlier. Thanks to the storm, we have no actual security data to look through. But the card reader does internally record the ID numbers of the cards that get swiped through it. And a few extraneous ID from the staff that were on site earlier in the day. But at a certain point, the list thins out to just Volkov and Winters. In other words, even if Charlie had a spare card or something, he didn't use it. But there's still the possibility that one of the nurses was an accomplice, isn't there? Hey! Kurt was only able to get into the hospice by picking a lock on the employee door. Excuse me, Kurt and I, as you tell it. Either way, if we were working with the nurses, why didn't we just have them let us in? Huh? I agree, that doesn't make much sense at a glance. But the existence of an accomplice is still worth considering. We do not have that evidence. Damn. Even though he must have his back to the wall, Charlie's argument is really solid. I still believe there's a weakness in here somewhere, but I don't think it's a contradiction necessarily. I still get the feeling there's a question being asked in this testimony that Detective Kern really doesn't want me to answer. I need to change up my approach. Instead of looking for a problem, I need to look for a solution. Is it possible to move between wings, or is it possible to kill from the executive wing? What I'm presenting is a theory. If I prove that the answer to either of those questions is yes, I win. Alright, I have an idea. Let me just skip ahead here. Maybe this was the wrong statement. Hey, how about that local sports team? What a bunch of idiots, am I right? Aha. Anyway, what I was saying is... I agree that the maths make sense, but could murder have used this to throw off our variables? Mia's life bar is at point A, which is X units away from 0. If Mia's life is approaching 0 at a rate of a bajillion units per second, how long will it take for Mia to game over? God, I hate you. I hate you too. I do think this is the weakest point in our wind speed. Crossbow itself? The shot had to have come from the patient wing roof? I wonder about that. I know better than to doubt you out of principle at this point, Mia, but... Really? Unreliable though he may be, Detective Klein isn't lying about this. The wound and the range line up. Heck, McLean said the same thing when he took the stand all those hours ago. I remember. And I don't doubt that the crossbow found on the patient wing is consistent with the wound. But... there's something odd about this whole situation, isn't there? There's a question that's been floating in the back of my mind since that very first testimony. Why did the killer use a crossbow? It's... certainly not an orthodox weapon. Precisely. So then why? Why not a more conventional weapon, like a rifle or something? I wondered about this for the longest time, but I believe I now have an answer. The culprit elected to use a bow over a gun because a crossbow has a certain trait that a gun lacks. And this special characteristic that I'm referring to is the fact that a crossbow has no rifling marks, maybe? Or no. Could be either of these. No, that's not right. Alright, yeah. It's the rifling marks. A crossbow has no rifling marks. I'd like it if they put a bit more effort into, like, disproving my first immediate obvious guess. This case is so dramatic, but it's not that tight. Rifling marks? What the heck are rifling marks? They're the fingerprints of a gun, basically. The grooves on the inside of a barrel leave marks on bullets. Every gun has a unique fingerprint, so you can tell which gun fired which bullet, you dig? Exactly. And what this means for our case is... we have no idea if the bolt that killed Bishop was fired using the crossbow found at the hospice. Couldn't there have been a second bow? Alright, slow down, Mia. Even if there was a secret second crossbow or whatever, Kurt's wound still greatly proves that the bolt was fired from the patient wing. Not if you used a weaker bow. But that's only if the two bows are identical. Let's think about this for a second. If there was a second bow, then the bow we found must have been left as a decoy. And what does this decoy bow tell us? That the culprit was on the patient wing rooftop. In other words, the true location of the killer was somewhere else. And the only other place with a line of sight on the executive wing roof is the executive wing roof. It's possible the true killer was right there on the executive wing roof with the victim. And in this situation, the true murder weapon would have been a second, less powerful crossbow. Yeah. No. Is your strategy just to say the craziest thing that pops into your head? There's no way this works. I know it sounds unlikely, but it is a possibility. Maybe. But you're too quick to discard the patient wing crossbow as meaningless. Even if it isn't the murder weapon, the killer still had to have gone to the patient wing to plant it there. And I didn't have access to the patient wing, according to your theory, Mia. Damn, he's right. That seems like a really big issue to ask us to just ignore in a contradiction. But that's okay. It's not over yet. I didn't think I was going to break through in one fell swoop anyway. The proposed existence of a second crossbow was only the first step. Now to follow through. Pardon me. Apologies, but there are a few things I don't understand about your train of thought, Miss Faye. Oh, what is it? From the very beginning, you posited that Fireman and this Bishop fellow entered the hospice together. But, why? Why? Perhaps this came up earlier and I've merely forgotten, but why did they go to the hospice together? And if the fireman is indeed the killer, as you say, then he would have had the weapon with him. Wouldn't Mr. Bishop want his partner was doing with such a thing? Or with two such things? Wouldn't he have realized something was wrong? That's... what the hell? Those are really good points. Maybe they thought they were going vigilante against Sheol, and Charlie shot him in the back, but like in the front, metaphorically. Wow! Excellent catch, Mr. Montclair. Looks like you got 3 questions to answer now, Mia. Why did Charlie and the victim enter the executive wing together? Why did Bishop not react to Charlie carrying 2 crossbows with them? And finally, how could Charlie have planted the long-range bow on the patient wing? Good luck. I don't see the point in getting lost in the small stuff anymore. She's obviously willing to bend the minor facts to suit her. Give her the opportunity. Let's get our priorities straight and focus on the big issue here. Mia, I asked you to show how the culprit could have gone to the patient wing to plant the bow. If you can't prove that, then you can't prove anything. Okay, it's got really bad really fast. Maybe I need to ditch this 2 bows theory. Alright. Am I going nuts? Charlie just try and distract me from Montclair's questions? Could it be? Was Montclair's interjection actually bad for him? You know, we still haven't explained what that length of fishing line was doing. But why would that be? He'd have taken Montclair's point and ran with it. I thought the whole there was a second murder weapon thing was pretty damn crazy, but maybe there's something even crazier to uncover here.
We're waiting, Ms. Faye.
Okay, let's just think about this. If he was trying to distract me just now, then the answer to Montclair's question must be really telling. I have no idea where I'm going with this, so let's just continue things hypothetically for now. Why did they enter the hospice together? I don't have a clue, so let's just focus on the other question. Why wasn't Bishop alarmed by Charlie bringing the two bows into the hospice? What's the craziest way this could actually make sense? What if Kurt Bishop was an accomplice? Not to his own murder, of course. That would be... I mean, that'd just be stupid. I have read so many stories with that exact solution. But... Kurt Bishop thought he and Charlie were going to murder somebody else. Is there even anyone those two would have wanted dead at the hospice that night? Obviously. Huh? Wait a minute. Could it be... But that... No, it checks out. Is it possible that the real reason Charlie and the victim went to the hospice that night was to murder Sheol? What did you say? Sheol told all of you that they would be on the patient wing rooftop on the night of the murder. If we set aside the outcome of that night and just look at how the pieces were arranged, Sheol was supposed to be on one roof, and two men brought ranged weapons to an adjacent roof. And if we think about it this way, their intentions are obvious. First Graves, then Dara, then me, now Kurt of all people? If you didn't notice, Mia, Sheol wasn't the one who ended up dead. It was my partner. But you said you told Bishop about the call from Sheol. Either you lied about that and let your partner walk into danger unaware, or whatever the two of you had planned for that night took Sheol's presence into consideration. Exactly. He and I went to keep surveillance on the place. Like I said. Surveillance my ass. You went to Jameson Memorial to murder Sheol, didn't you? Sorry, yeah, but I have to agree with Detective Klein on this one. There's more to this story than just Sheol. Remember the letter Bishop received? I did not. I have been waiting this whole time for an excuse to explain this. According to this letter, there was supposed to be someone else on the executive wing that night. And more to the point, Bishop was invited to meet with the individual. So we can't say for certain what Bishop's intentions truly were. But no one else was there that evening, so we can probably write this off as a trap. Whether this letter was a trap or not is actually besides the point. If Bishop actually believed that going to the hospice was dangerous, he wouldn't have gone. She did, however, so he must have perceived this letter as sincere. In short, I think it's safe to assume that Bishop expected to meet the sender on the rooftop wing. And sadly, that contradicts your idea that Bishop and Klein planned to kill Sheol. How so? Well, for one, they knew there would be a witness at the scene. Given that the sender gave Bishop the NX0 case file, they might have also wanted Sheol dead. Maybe. And they couldn't know what this individual was planning beyond that they'd be there. I can't imagine two LAPD detectives plotting a murder on such a blatant wildcard, can you? I can't really imagine that either. My god, just get to the point. I know this one. I've known this one for like 3 chapters. Was I wrong? Damn it, this would have wrapped everything up neatly. Stupid letters been giving us the runaround since the very beginning. It'd be really easy to claim that this letter is fake. But I know it's not fake because the sender really gave all of those files to Bishop. Either we're missing something in this letter, Bishop's motivations don't make sense, or Charlie Klein really isn't the culprit. It's gotta be one of these three. I really don't want to have to think about the last two, so let's focus on this letter for right now. This letter. Could we have missed something somehow? Seems pretty straightforward in its meaning, but it's undeniably vague about the details. Is there any part of this letter we might have misinterpreted? This letter is addressed to Detective, not specifically Detective Kurt Bishop. That being the case, we know the sender gave the recipient the NX0 case file, which Bishop had. Also, a letter was found in his desk at the LAPD precinct, so there's that. Cosmonaut isn't a marker, so the sender doesn't identify themselves in this letter. Rather, the implication is that the sender's identity would be obvious to Bishop. There's also this part about being a very poor murderer. But I don't know what to make of that. Is there any part of the... Until now we've been talking about this letter as though the sender wanted to meet Bishop. That's not exactly accurate, is it? The implication here is that the sender had some reason to be on the rooftop, regardless of Bishop. Since no one showed up, though, it's impossible to know if this reason was legitimate. Alright, we get it. Huh? A letter was found at the precinct. The sender packaged the NX0 case file to the recipient? And they were going to be on the executive wing. Come on, Mia. You finished high school, you know how to read words. The sender's identity was supposed to be obvious? They're a murderer? Alright, I get it! Wait, what? Does that person fit all of these criteria? Finally, Jesus. Uh-oh. I think we might have made a mistake. I don't think Bishop received this letter. I think Bishop sent this letter. Holy shit, that was not as clever as Racet thought it was. Come again? How does that make any sense at all? It's addressed to Bishop. Not quite. The letter is actually addressed to Detective. And I'm pretty sure the detective in question here is not Kurt Bishop. The letter was found in Kurt's desk, of source it was sent to him. It'll all make sense in a second. The detective that was actually supposed to receive this letter is the only other detective in our letters. Bryce McLean? What's he got to do with anything? It's not a trick question. He's the person in charge of solving Bishop's mysterious death. Detective Kurt Bishop knew there was a risk in going to the hospital that night. He knew there was a chance he might not come back. The sender's name at the bottom, Cosmonaut. Do you know what this is? Hard not to with how much commotion you and your assistant were making over it. I thought the person who sent this letter gave Bishop a record of their investigation into NX0. But the opposite is true. Kurt Bishop was giving his investigation to us. It was meant to be a lead. It was supposed to show us why he had been killed. This letter was supposed to aid the inevitable investigation. Oh, that was my idea. I'm taking credit for this. We only misread this letter because the other half of it got held up in the mail. If this package with the NX0 case file and Bishop's name on the label had shown up to the precinct, its true purpose, dying message, wouldn't have been misconstrued. And if nothing ended up happening, Bishop could have just gone to work as normal and tossed it. You're kidding, right? This letter also admits that Bishop was planning to murder somebody, all but confirming my theory. Charlie, you got anything else for us? But there's an even better angle. If no one called Bishop to the hospice, then how could anyone have known he'd be there? It's strange that no one knew where he'd be, and yet he still ended up murdered. Oh, wait, there was one person who admitted to going with Bishop to the hospice that night. It was you, Charlie. You're busy making things up. Conjure a method to plant the crossbow in the patient wing. Because if you can't even do that, then, none of this conversation even matters. Can't you have just tossed the thing? Technically maybe, but the bow was found on the far side of the roof. Almost 40 meters away. It's true. I don't know how the long-range bow could have been planted. Or at least, I didn't. Now that my theory has evolved with Bishop as an accomplice, our perspective changes. And in particular, we need to reconsider this piece of evidence. Bishop brought a number of things with him into the hospice. With the possibility that Bishop intended to kill Shield, some of these things might be relevant. I mean, is there an innocent reason to ever carry a red fishing line? I don't think so. Well, like what, his cigarettes? Give me a break, there's nothing here. If we assume that Bishop planned to murder Shield that night, do any of these items change meaning? I suddenly feel like I should have put this all together ages ago. Yeah, you should have. A spool of fishing line was found on Kurt Bishop's body. Fishing line. The most dangerous weapon in the Mysteryverse. Is there any object in this world more murder mystery-esque than goddamn fishing line? Small bombs, perhaps? Nevertheless, I see your point. You think this fishing line factors into their plan to murder Shield somehow, is that it? That's exactly right. I've seen several different uses for fishing line in murders before. I've seen it used in traps, to create locked rooms, and even to move bodies. Is it possible that the fishing line could have been used to move the crossbow to the patient wing? At the end of the day, it's just string, Mia. It's not made of magic. At best, you might be able to bridge the two rooftops together. But even then, you'd need some way to fasten the line to the opposite building. Well, Bishop wasn't just carrying the line. There was also a fishing hook. That's oddly suspicious. Just your everyday treble hook. Even I have a couple. A treble hook? Wait. Is that the kind that looks like a grappling hook? My god, Murdoch is the culprit. Settle down, Mia. It's not like Klein and Bishop had anything that could fire a grappling hook. Oh, Jesus Christ. Everything's falling into place. That's right. A lack of rifling marks wasn't the only advantage the crossbows afforded them. They could have easily fastened the hook and fishing line to a bolt, and fired at the opposite building. Now you're just being stupid. You don't seriously believe any of this garbage, do you? This is all a dream, isn't it? I would have confessed ages ago if I'd known things would be this entertaining. That's all fine and dandy, Mia, but what does any of this actually mean? Maybe you're right, and they did intend to bridge a gap with the fishing line. What for? I don't see how a grappling hook could have been used to move the murder weapon. Maybe not at first glance, but I assure you it's very possible. You're bluffing. Prove it. As you wish. Given the circumstances of the crime scene and the possibility of my grappling hook setup, the culprit could have very easily moved the crossbow by using a slide. I've been saying since the first episode. The theory the prosecution gave at the start doesn't make much sense. Because the area between where we found the weapon and where we found the body was positioned at an upward angle. A slide. It makes much more sense if you visualize the crime scene. Well, on the executive wing, we have the hunters and their weapons, and on the patient wing, we have their prey. This is what I believe their original plan was. First, the culprits would use the long-range crossbow to murder Sheol. Then the magic happens. Pachunk. Again, use the long-range crossbow. A second bolt is fired. This one has the hook and fishing line attached. It would be easiest if they shoot past the patient wing and catch the hook on the far corner. From there, all they had to do was hold the line taut. Since the patient wing is short, a slide is made. Given how many closed holes there are in these crossbows, they could easily slide one down the line. Wobump. When the crossbow was above the spot they wanted, they just had to cut or release the line. The bow would fall onto the patient wing and the hook would fall to the ground to be picked up later. And just like that, Clyde and Bishop have planted the short-range crossbow on the patient wing rooftop. Now, the short-range bow gives the impression that the killer shot Sheol on the patient wing rooftop. No one would suspect the fatal bolt actually came from the executive wing. But in reality, this isn't what happened. For some reason, Charlie Klein knew Sheol was not going to be there that night. For some reason, Charlie Klein had a different plan in mind. He used the short-range crossbow to murder his partner in cold blood. And then he executed the plan they had come up with together, backward. Instead of using the slide to plant the short-range bow, sent the long-range bow along the line. Since the body was now on the executive wing, the long-range bow was needed to disguise the position. It sounds complicated when you say it out loud step by step like that, but if you've read a lot of mystery novels, it's fairly intuitive. While true, the hook and line found on Bishop's body couldn't have been used for the trick. If Charlie planned to betray Bishop all along, it's likely he brought his own set of line. It would have been risky if he had to disturb the body to get to the tools he needed to hide the trick. And as I mentioned earlier, Charlie's escape attempt would have been foiled by the flood. With nowhere to go, he had no other choice but to wait until morning. I imagine he spent the next 7 hours curled up in that landing at the top of the stairs. Just feet from his dead friend. It's not. It's not true. Charlie. It's over. Give it up. I mean, we still don't have any evidence, but don't bring that up, please. You can't... Evan! Damn it. Damn it, he's onto us. Is any evidence that this specific trick happened? Evidence, huh? I think the letter Bishop wrote is more than enough to prove your guilt. The letter Bishop wrote? I've seen nothing of the sort. Sure, that interpretation suits your theory, but is it true? There's no evidence to suggest that it was Kurt who wrote this and not another party. So if I show you evidence that proves Kurt Bishop wrote it, will you come clean? Turn the place upside down. What? No, this is just another bluff. You haven't got a thing. Someone on the force probably has it already. Congratulations are in order, Charlie. You pulled this off brilliantly. No forensic evidence, a host of much more likely suspects, a few tricks here and there. Even nature itself tried to cover for you. In all respects, this really was the perfect crime. Or so you thought. But your expression shows the reality of it. You needed a badge and an ID number to get in. You couldn't control everything. Tomorrow was first fracture. Kurt Bishop will be the last. This ridiculous, complicated game comes to a close with a single mundane move. Kurt Bishop wrote that letter, and I can prove it with this piece of evidence. Took me a while to remember this little detail. This case file was originally stored in an LAPD archive at a library downtown. I don't imagine they let just anyone in there. So whoever took this file out likely had to show police ID. All we need to do is check the library's records. If we prove that Kurt Bishop had the case file, it'd prove that he wrote the letter. If we prove that he wrote the letter, it'd prove that he went to the hospice to murder Sheol. If we prove that he went to the murder Sheol, it'd prove that the only one that could have murdered him was the only person who knew he'd be there. His partner in both law and crime. You. Charlie Klein. Is that all you got? Goodness me, you're stubborn. Sorry, but that letter alone isn't enough. My fingerprints on the weapon? No. Was there blood on any of my things? Of course not. And calling Dahmer's truthfulness into question is just beating a dead horse. Your suspicions aren't unfounded, I'll give you that much. But in a court of law, there's no way your case holds up. I think I understand where you're coming from, Charlie. It's not so much about us, but you. I remember how earnestly you told me you were trying to wash your hands of NX0. You'd be acknowledging that you've betrayed the modest life you've carved out for yourself. You'd be acknowledging that you've been able to move on. That it still claws at your insides. Just like that feral badger you swallowed a while ago. But unfortunately, you don't have any choice in the matter. Because this isn't a court of law and I'm not trying to convince a judge or a jury. I'm trying to convince just one person. Isn't that right, Zero?
Correct.
Well, it was nice of him to grease the doors since the last time he showed up. That was helpful.
I would advise against any sudden movements. I warned you that I would not waste any more ammunition.
Poor bastard. I almost feel sorry for him. But That's what he gets for being such a pain to convict. So Jesus Christ, Nana, thank you for the hydrate. I feel like I'm about to die. And a stretch. Just take this image in, everybody. Sure, it'll all be fine.
Hello, sir. Can I interest you in some Girl Scout cookies? You and I are going to play a game. Well, actually, it will just be you. Familiar with Russian roulette, firemen?
You.
You are going to explain yourself. And every time you say something that I deem unhelpful, I pull the trigger. Clear?
You up your mind? Hey.
Not too unlucky, I see. Your chances are now 1 in 5. Did you kill Kurt Bishop?
No, it wasn't me. What is it the hell do you want me to say?
The truth. 1 in 4. Why did you abandon your plan to kill Sheol?
Like I said, that didn't happen. None of that happened.
Are you Sheol? What? No!
Oh, this is gonna... tensing up, oh god. Oh yeah. What? I'm not Sheol. God damn it, is there anyone here who's not trying to throw me under the damn bus? I'm not Sheol, and I'm not a murderer. And he looks at me. Oh god!
To be frank, Charlie, I simply don't believe you. I thought I would put the bullet in the 6th chamber and give you a chance. But you don't seem to want to cooperate, so I might as well expedite things. Maybe I can't prove that you are Sheol, but at this point, I'm willing to gamble. This is my final mercy to you, fireman. Give me one reason why I shouldn't pull the trigger. I see. A pity. Farewell.
Hey, just wait a second.
No.
Please, wait, fine. I admit it. It's me. I killed him. I killed Kurt. But he made me. I had no choice. I'm not Sheol. Please, you've got to believe me. And so the truth comes out. Case closed. You know, from a neutral outsider's perspective, that was a pretty obvious gambit, but I really can't blame dear old Charlie for being a bit off guard. Also, now he's renewed another hydrate. I don't think it's gonna be enough to put out that fire, but I appreciate the thought. Wink. Seems like he needs more drink after that. Actually, that was way less rough on my throat than the completely psychotic, like, Joker laugh. It's when I go up high is when it starts scraping against the top of my throat, and that's what's really rough on me. So it's really unfortunate that we spend so much time on this female protagonist's head, but c'est la vie. Speaking of c'est la vie, that's the end of the chapter. Which, given that we have been going for 5 hours, seems as good a place to drop off as any. So I'll just take this opportunity to say, holy Jesus, tap dancing, motorcycle riding Christ on a stick. What is even this game? Really do play with your expectations. Not sure what expectations are being played with, but you know, it really is incredible how they just hit you with such a totally done 1,000 times predictable solution. So what else do you think we have left to find? Just Shiel's identity? Shield and Zero both, I don't believe they're the same person. Of course, there's the issue of motive to dig into. Lots of people think motive is a waste of time, but I do think it's worth keeping in mind. Sorry, I'm taking a minute here. Not a lot of people I usually raid are active, but I think this is it. So, till then, we're gonna be streaming the same game tomorrow, and I'm gonna make this the finale. Now that we're 2 chapters from the end and we've done this much, I'm definitely polishing things off next time. So all of you kids, look forward to it. I'm still upset about that thing with the car, just so we're clear. Just had to freaking guess, like come on. It ain't fair at all. Anyway, goodbye everybody. You be nice to my friends. And farewell.